set for Louisiana,
Which is
time is
all
hour behind.
yeah.
So he thought he was early now.
It happened. Oh, wow.
Well, that happens, especially if you're not from there.
Yeah.
How do you want the questions?
They're already marked for everyone, so when you open the packet, they have your names on every question, so we can keep it consistent.
Oh, okay.
Really?
That's how Ray and Associates did.
What?
I said, that's how Ray and Associates did it.
So, but I wanna ask questions about money.
He's one, I'm
Too late.
I see we got
Real
their name.
Yeah, your names by each question.
Yep,
Oh, sure does say Rush.
yep.
We found you. Here you are, number 4. Your name? I like that, got our name right next to it.
Your name's on there.
Oh,
Mr. Bradley is after
There you
this.
go. We got number 5.
And
Oh.
number 12.
Yeah, it's
I got
number
one
5.
before that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, they put my yeah. And the way my day been, no judgments on at all.
And I'm gonna be a truck driver and read the signs.
You know what? Now that's funny.
I used to train you drive how to tell them read every sign. I don't care how silly your sign.
So, Lou,
Make sure you know the
can I switch with Lou? They gave her a Lou budget. Can I switch with Lou?
It's up to Lou, they arranged it.
13.
What? Oh, so you can ask a question.
So Mr. Russell, she's gonna talk to you about
I made
switching questions, so then you guys would just have to go through right quick and just change names.
What? Oh, she coming up with that.
We just asked until, for 45 minutes, then we'll allow them like 15 minutes to ask us questions. So however long that takes, right? I mean, it could be, for this candidate, maybe you get to 10 questions because they've expounded on it, right? But that's something you can't control, yeah.
Because he would have probably answered something.
Right. But at least you allow each candidate the same questions, right?
So they assigned you question number 13 about the budget. Would you mind switching with me?
What number?
So, Rush would take
That's
13.
pretty cool because now you don't have to worry
And
about
you can
remembering your
have
questions.
whichever one.
Yeah.
order at 4:12. If everyone would rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
President Taylor,
Present.
Vice President Crowder,
Present.
Ms. Rush here, Ms. Watley Seeds, Ms. Buchanan,
Present.
Mr. Bradley,
Present.
Mr. Watson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Okay, may I have a motion for the approval of tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Buchanan, supported by Vice President Crowder. Any questions, comments, concerns? Madam Secretary?
President Taylor,
Yes.
Ms. Crowder,
Yes.
Ms. Rush, yes, Ms. Watley Seeds,
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Mr. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Watson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I was going to move public comment to the end, but our first candidate is on its way. So anyone from the public, if you need to speak, please come to the podium. You have 3 minutes. All right, so public comment is over, and we're going to wait for Mr. Robinson. He's en route.
No?
No, because you're in the back of questions and things like that.
Okay, he said he's sitting here?
Yes.
What about over there? No?
Yeah, I think maybe like the other gentleman that's up that way. Okay, so you don't leave behind board members because of our paperwork, right? Questions and things like that. Yes.
And then we have reception at 5.
Tomorrow.
The holiday reception's at 5.
up together.
Yeah,
You need any more time, or
I'm
are you
ready to go.
okay?
Thank you.
Is your mic on?
Testing.
Press the button.
Testing.
Yes, sir. All right, so our first candidate is Mr. Michael Robinson Jr. Mr. Robinson, let me introduce the Board of Education first. To my right is our board secretary, Dr. Rush. We have our trustee, Mr. Bradley, and trustee, Darwin Watson. To the left of me is the vice president, Mrs. Crowder. Next to her is our treasurer, Denise Seats, and trustee, Lou Buchanan. All right, so the board is pleased that you are one of the top candidates for the superintendency at Benton Harbor Area Schools.
So am I.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All of the candidates will be asked the same questions and you'll go through the same process. The interview will last for 1 hour. I think we're going to give you about 45 minutes of questions
Yes, sir.
and about 15 minutes of questions back to the board,
Yes, sir.
right? Also, I'm going to be moderating the interview. However, each board member will be asking their individual questions based on our agenda.
Yes, sir.
Also, the board plans to complete all interviews by the week of December 16th, and shortly thereafter, the board will select their finalists.
Yes, sir.
We also plan to offer a contract and announce a new superintendent after the meeting on the 16th. And we'll get ready to start, but to the board, do you want to hear a opening intro from Mr. Robinson, or, all right, Mr. Robinson, so if you would give us, tell us about yourself.
Okay, thank you. Well, I grew up in South Louisiana, right outside of the big metropolitan city of New Orleans. So I'm from a small country town. And I grew up there, born and raised, was educated, went on to get my bachelor's degree from Southern University at New Orleans, lived in the city for a little while, also worked in Houston, Texas as a teacher. I've also worked in Atlanta, the metropolitan Atlanta area, as a teacher and middle school teacher, as well as an assistant principal for curriculum instruction, where I actually initiated the first 9th grade academy to try and save our scholars. It was a very small district, but I stayed there 2 years, and then I went to a neighboring district and also did some work around 9th grade academies as an assistant principal, and became an elementary turnaround principal, where I worked very closely with the state. And that's probably where I got my initiation of working around with turnaround work. And so I worked with the state. We made AYP. In the second year, we missed it by a couple of students that were in special education that actually were not in our building, but their data was tied to our school. And so the second year we made it, the third year we made it. The year that I left, we became a Title I distinguished Title I school. And then I moved to the metropolitan DC area. I knew that I wanted to become a superintendent, and the growth opportunities were better for me there. So I went to Prince George's County, Maryland, where I stayed for 8 years as a middle school turnaround principal. I became the director of priority and turnaround schools. My title was then changed in my job responsibilities, but I was still dealing with turnaround work, where I worked very closely with MDE, the state of Maryland, Maryland Department of Education, where we really moved our school. I was happy to see that you guys are using the NWEA map, where I was actually a map principal when I was a principal. So we used that program to help move our, and also SRI and SMI to move our math and language arts ELA test scores, which we did. We moved by 7% each year. We really had a wonderful staff to work with, and so they allowed me to do a lot of the things that I needed to do in order to move the school. I then left there and became a superintendent of schools, where I was also able to do some additional turnaround work, and thus I am here. I've been a consultant, am a consultant, still doing some of that work, still working in area of leadership development, which I do a lot of that with the consultant work that I do. And so I understand K-12 education. I've also taught and worked at the collegiate level as well. Been a writer. What motivated me to write the book that I wrote was the students that I had at the time who really put something in me, and that's where I started looking at gender-based learning and brain-based learning. And so that's how we were able to do the things that we need to do at the elementary school where I was the turnaround elementary principal.
All right, thank you, sir. So I have the first question.
Yes, sir.
You have 3 to 5 minutes to give a brief overview of this question. So question number 1, sir. Describe your leadership style and please give examples.
I'm a very transformational leader. I thrive in turnaround work because there's nowhere else to go but to the top. And many times people are where they are because they don't feel appreciated. Perhaps resources or those types of things have been taken away. And they sort of feel like the people, that nobody is really caring about them. But when you go into that type of environment, you really have to be a strong leader, but you have to be a collaborative leader. Yes, turnaround work is deliberate, it's intentional, and it is very expeditious, it's very fast. And so when you have people working in that environment, they really have to understand the nature of the work because it is not easy work. It's not going to happen overnight, but you do have to move quite expeditious in order to implement systems and structures in place to make sure that the work does happen, make sure that there's accountability. I am one who is not a superintendent who will sit in the office. I've never been a principal like that. I'm very hands-on. If I'm asking teachers to do professional development, I'm there with them. If I'm not already creating it and doing it for them and with them. I like to empower people to be able to do the work that needs to be done. Because it's important that people feel valued. It's important that people feel that they have a vested interest in what is happening. They are knowledgeable. And sometimes you have to educate them on the strategies that they need to ignite the information that they already have. But it's important that people feel that they are part of the team. And I believe in teamwork. It's very important. Even when I worked with my previous board, I worked very diligently to build a team with the board. As a principal, I worked with my leadership team to build a team. It's important that people feel that there is a team concerted effort and that we're in this together. There are no big, yes, I'm the superintendent, but I'm still a part of the team. I'm still a part of that group that's driving and moving the work. And so it's important that when I go in as superintendent that I build meaningful and powerful relationships, not just with the community, with the teachers and the principals, the administrators, the board, but also with the community at large as well.
Thank you. You did it in, I counted it 4 minutes. And just to be clear, you have an hour. You can take all of the hour just to answer the questions, or you can save some time for yourself to give us some questions as well.
Yes, sir. And I love to talk, so you can tell me to that's okay. Cut it off. Yes, sir.
Number 2. During the first year, How might you go about determining the strengths and weaknesses of our school district? What specific steps would you take?
So I have had the opportunity only from a perspective of someone on the outside, viewing documents and data reports. So I've had the opportunity to read some of the documents that are available. I've had an opportunity to look at some of the data that's available to me as an outsider between the state website and the district website. It's important that when I come in, actually before I come in, that I have done that homework. Because when I come in, the work begins. Actually, it begins before I come in, but we hit the ground running. It's important that we look at a needs assessment. I noticed, I did read the plan that the district wrote in collaboration with the state, which was very good. And I just sort of smiled through the plan because a lot of the things that are in the plan, I would have certainly implemented. And so case in point, as a superintendent in a previous district where I was in a turnaround district, I work very closely with the state. And it is so important that we have that collaboration and that we have that partnership with the state and with the community at large as well. Because the answers do not lie just within me as a superintendent, but the answers lie in a we mindset. And so it's important that everybody is at the table. And so I created think tanks, which I would create here. That's just a fancy name for a meeting where we sit down and have a meeting of the minds and talk about data. We share ideas. We look at what's working. We assess what's working, what's not working. I would certainly look at the needs assessment that has already been done. I'm assuming that has been done based on the plan. If one has not, then we would certainly want a needs assessment to be done. I would certainly want to have an audit across the district, looking at data, looking at technology, looking at finances, looking at curriculum and instruction, looking at leadership. I would certainly want to have the system totally audited so that I know what are the positives and what are the things we need to continue to really build and work on. From there, I would convene a team who I would be working very closely with in order to create a strategic plan. I will provide for you, before I leave, a synopsis of a 90-day plan once I would come in. But when I come in, then we need to, because that 90-day plan is just sort of highlighting the things that I would do as superintendent coming in, getting to know the system, getting to know the community. But when we come in as the superintendent, then it's important that these audits are done. It's important that I have the information that I need so that we can sit down. Certainly I'm going to look at it, but certainly we would sit down as a team. I would certainly want to sit down with you as the board and have a board retreat and really discuss the information at hand. Look at what's been working. Why come in and do something if it already has proven itself not to work? But if it's something that we have not done in the past, and perhaps this is a strategy that has worked in previous places, certainly we can implement that or attempt to implement it, but you can't do that unless you have a team. And so I would want to certainly have a community. I noticed in the plan that you all do have a community team. I would certainly have convened one anyway, and would convene one that would be more inter-district. Because it's important that we talk at home about issues before we get out into the general public and discuss those things. I believe.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm going to call time on that because I did just look at this schedule, and in order for it to be fair for you, I don't want other candidates to have more questions answered.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll go with our next question. We'll do 2 minutes
Yes,
like that, so I can give you the proper time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mrs. Crowder, you have question number 3.
No.
I'm sorry. Ms. Buchanan.
Texas. How would, Mr. Robinson, how would you build a good working relationship between the board and the superintendent? Please give an example.
That is really important. As I was saying, the first thing I would want to do with the board is to have to meet with each individual board member. Because I need to know, what you think, how you go about doing the work, what do you expect of me? And at the same time, I'm able to share my expectations as well. I want to work with the board as a team and as a partnership. Behind closed doors, we may agree to disagree on many things, but when we step out into the public, we need to be one voice, one sound, and we need to be one band. We don't need to show division or dissension if we don't agree with something. And so it's important that we have a retreat early on at the very beginning of my getting here, so that we can sit down and we can really be in a comfortable setting and really talk about norms. How are we going to conduct meetings and those types of things when you and I are talking and sharing ideas? What is that going to look like? And so when we lead that board retreat, we have left with a plan of how we're going to move forward. You have provided your recommendations and suggestions. I've discussed mine, and then we will put together a plan that I would submit to the board for board approval.
Thank you. Next question, Denise Watley Cities.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Robinson. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Am I on? Okay. Please provide specific examples of how you have promoted educational programs utilizing your communication and public relations skills.
When I went to my previous district, actually before I was in a district of 131,000. And we were doing data-wise school improvement, which is a data initiative protocol that you use in schools for improvement. When I went, and we also use it at the district level, when I went to my previous district, we were actually able to successfully implement data-wise school improvement initiative, which is a part of the work that is done at Harvard University. We also were able to implement learning walks as well as data protocol meetings, which we called data reform meetings, I'm sorry. And we were able to do that work because we built relationships. I also went out into the community, met with faith-based leaders. We did a lot around literacy, which we were able to do. I worked along with a team from our district who actually worked with our faith-based leaders and provided professional development for them on a continuous basis, and provided tools and resources that they take back to use in their after-school programs. I can't do the work of superintendency without the board, but I can't also do it without the support of the community. It's very important that I build those relationships. And so we would have those think tanks and those advisory committee meetings on a quarterly basis and continuous basis so that we can continue to foster the relationship that is needed for me to do the work.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Bradley.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
What would you do to build trust and promote confidence in the superintendency and the district? Describe specific actions you would take.
In my previous district, I went about that with transparency. It's important to sit and talk with people, but it's important to listen. You know, my grandmother always said, you have 2 ears and you will have 1 mouth. Listen more than you talk. And so, and sometimes I need to learn that, but it's important for me. That's why I have these advisory committee meetings where I sit and listen to what they are telling me. I may chime in and just fill in some blanks for them, but this is what they're telling me that needs to be done, or they're recommending, or they're questioning and asking, why aren't we doing this? Or why haven't we done that? Or why are we doing it this way? as opposed to this way. So those meetings are an opportunity, and I do that with teachers. I have teacher advisory committee meetings. I do it with my support staff, which are my cafeteria workers, the bus drivers. I meet with everybody across the district on a continuous basis. When I tell you I'm hands-on, I'm very hands-on. In my previous district, sometimes people wanted to know, but you're never in your office. I'm always available though, because I'm about the business of educating and making sure that the system is moving forward. So you can find me in a school somewhere, or I'm meeting with some community or a political leader that I need to, or I'm meeting with the state in order to do the work that I need to do. But it's really important for me to build those relationships. And so whether that's going to sit down and have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, or just sitting in the office and just listening to people talk, and having an open door policy, where people feel comfortable approaching you, whether it's in a Walmart or wherever, I make myself available.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Buchanan, question 6.
Mr. Robinson,
Yes.
how would you communicate your vision of quality education for the future to the board and staff and community? Please specify steps you would take.
So from the onset, I would do as I did in my previous district, which I felt was, and it proved to be very successful. I have what I call systemic informational meetings, SIMs. And those meetings are open to any employee. Does not matter if they are certified or non-certified, their teacher or classified. That's an opportunity for me to be very transparent and present how are we spending money? What are we spending it on? How is the money being spent tied to the strategic plan, the goals that we have set? Because we would have discussed in that board retreat with the board members to talk about goals that we want to set for the district. And so how are we spending that money? So for example, if I'm spending $40,000, this is just an example. If I'm spending $40,000 on technology, how is that tied to the plan that we said we were going to do, what we were going to do for the district, as opposed to me spending it on something that we didn't say we were going to do that. So we want to know why is it being spent on that? Maybe a legitimate reason. And then again, it may be something that I have to say, well, we did say that. That's not how we need to spend it on this particular time. It's important that in communication, I'm very communicative with the board. You would receive a weekly report from me, not that you asked for it, but I'll provide it for you, so that you know what I'm doing throughout the week, where I've worked in the district, how I've covered the work, what we're doing, what we're focusing on. If there are any emergency issues that come up, you will know immediately on that. I also do a state of the system address once a year, but I also do a quarterly report, which is open, that is open to the community, and they can come, any employees and community can come to that, where I am being very transparent about where we are, what we're doing, how we're doing it, and even get suggestions and recommendations to hear from the community on things that are important to them that we may not have even thought about.
Thank you. Question number 7, Mr. Watson.
Good afternoon, Dr. Robinson.
Good afternoon.
What one decision that you made in the last year or so would you reverse or at least reconsider and modify?
I think that when you go into, I went into a system where the turnaround work was not necessarily occurring at the level or at the speed that I thought it was. And so it was midway through the first semester, in meeting with the state and talking with employees, especially my teachers, around technology, because I'm very technological. And so I wanted them to utilize Google Classroom for multiplicity of reasons. Number one, if students are not in school on a particular day or there are snow days, then they could utilize Google Classroom and not miss the work that's being done. But when sometimes teachers if they're not used to using technology, then sometimes people fear things that they don't really understand or know. And so one of the things that I went back, because a part of the data-wise process is acting and adjusting and assessing. And so I went back and I had someone that I had brought in to come in and actually train the teachers on how to use the technology. In some cases, it's just how to turn it on. Because sometimes they'll say, well, my computer's not working. And sometimes I would go myself and see if it's really working or if it's that they don't know how. And then when we get there, sometimes we find out it may be a system issue or it could be they just didn't know what to do. And so going back and making sure that you're bringing the people with you and that you're not too far ahead of them. And so that was one of the things that I did in my very first semester, and it made for a much better ride as we began to implement and do some of the things that we needed to do.
Thank you. I have question 8. If there were a conflict between different community groups in the district over a particular issue, how would you resolve it? Please cite examples that you have used in the past.
So I'm very communicative and believe in getting out into the community, whether it's having, and I have done this where I've had meetings on in the after school, where I've gone into the community. If it's more convenient for me to do that, for them to come to the board office, that's fine with me. I've gone to churches where I've met with groups after church, and I have had 2 separate sides of the city that were rivalries, and I had to shut that down immediately. Because school safety is very important. And so I met with each group individually. I also partnered with the police department, so I had them with me. And the judge that was in town, I also partnered with the judicial system. And so we were able to sit down and have a meeting before I went to the meeting to really discuss the pros, the cons, some of the things that need to be implemented on behalf of the school district around our discipline plan, and what we were doing to ensure school safety, because sometimes in any community, whether it's small or large, but in my experience, what happens on Friday night, I see it on Monday morning. And so I had a wonderful relationship with the chief of police, both of them. And they would call me and say, you need to be prepared for this on Monday. And immediately I would call my people and say, we need to be prepared for this on Monday. And perhaps I may have asked them, how do you think we should go about it? Or maybe the chief has said, you need to do this so that you can get this over with. And so I would utilize them a lot, as I said, on a weekly basis. And so I then brought both communities together at the board office, where we did have the support of the police, and the judicial system representative. The judge was not able to attend that particular meeting, where we talked about what was going on in the community. Now, as a superintendent, I cannot control when they leave the school campus and go into the community. I can't tell parents, how to raise their kids, but I can suggest. I can make recommendations, but I built relationships with the parents. So I was able to pull them on the side and say, now we need to have a discussion. We need to talk about this because this is coming into the schools. And I don't want to put them out of school, but I don't have a problem doing that if it's not going to stop. If it's going to cause a safety issue for themselves and other children, I can't have that. And so we were able to really work harmoniously together as a community, because I was very hands-on and involved and engaged the community.
Thank you. Vice President Crowder, you have the next question.
What has been your success as a school leader in partnering with higher education in the business community? I know you said that you partner with the chief of police, churches, and parents. So mention other partnerships that have developed as a result of your leadership.
Yes, ma'am. I work very closely with the Chamber of Commerce. I worked very closely with the Rotary Club, the Kiwanis Club. The environment, the culture environment where I was at one time was a very booming city, with lots of jobs. It was really financial wealth. And when I came on the scene, that was just not the case. I didn't live those glory years. And so I really had to partner with them. And part of the work that we were doing as I was transitioning out was working with industry. I went and I met with the industry leaders within the community. I also served on the transformational committee for education. There was a group in the community of very wealthy leaders, financial leaders in the community, who wanted to see some immediate change in the community, in the school district. And so I served on that committee, and we met on a bi-monthly basis. We met on a bi-monthly basis, and I had to give updates on the school district, where we were, what we were doing, how we were going about doing it. But one of the things that when I met with the Chamber of Commerce, the industry leaders, they wanted to know what the plan was, but they just flat out told me, okay, how are you going to get it done? Because there was so much going on in the community that they needed to know, in all of this, how are you going to get this done? And so we had to look at our curriculum, because they wanted to bring coding and technology jobs and industry jobs to the community, but our scholars were not ready. And so I had to look at curriculum. So I was partnering with the community college as well as the university in our community on multiple things. I was partnering with them, the community college, for the industry piece. I'm very passionate about CTE, which is career technical education. That's your hairdressers and your plumbers and all of these type of people, those that do brick masonry and all of those types of skills. I'm very big on that, because for many of our children, they're not going to college, but we shouldn't look down upon them because they're not. They do want to do something with their life, and it's my job as superintendent to ensure that I provide very equitable opportunities for all children, all scholars. And so in partnering with the university and the community college, I was also looking at how we were going to look at teacher retention and to get teachers in the district, because I was in a place where we had a major shortage of teachers. So I did a lot to partner with the faith-based. I did a lot to partner with the financial and the community, the various organizations. I also met with the NAACP as well on some issues that they wanted to see move forward.
Thank you. Next question, Secretary Rush.
So after you said when you came in, you would do a 90-day assessment and come up with a strategic plan. But as the year goes on, new problems could occur, or things that you think are fixed start to bubble up again. How would you stay attuned to exactly what the district problems are?
So I want to be very specific. When the 90-day plan is being provided to you as the board, so you just kind of get a general understanding, okay, of what will he be doing in the first 90 days. But the strategic plan is something that we will work on collectively over the course of the year. I am well aware from firsthand experience that you can come in and think that you really have the plan, and every day there is something new that's popping up. Again, I'm very hands-on. I believe in being highly involved in every aspect of the district, because I'm accountable to you, but I'm also accountable to the citizens and the community. And there should never be a time that I cannot say or respond to an issue that is occurring within the district. Now, if it's something that just happened, I may say I will have to get back with you on that. But if it's an issue that that you're already aware of, then in my weekly report, I will be providing updates to you to let you know where we are with that particular situation. And if it's something that we need to discuss in closed session, then I would also provide that information as I have done many times in those closed sessions. But you need to expect, and that's why you have to have people who are empowered to do their jobs, but they also have to have the professional development and the skill set to do the work. Because as a superintendent, I did find myself sometimes carrying far more of the load than I really needed to be doing. And so it's important that I provide the support for people who are department leaders and heads so that they're able to effectively and efficiently able to do the work that they need to do. But I'm one of those people that I will be, yeah, we may have weekly meetings in terms of leadership within central office, but every day I may drop in and say, okay, tell me where we are with this. I need to know a report by 3 o'clock on that.
Thank you, sir. Next question, Mrs. Watley Seas.
Yes, so you have expressed how you'd be hands-on there. So the question is, how would you ensure that your visibility is that you're in our district? And what would you do specifically to ensure that your visibility is present?
Well, I was very visible. I've always been very, even as a teacher, as a principal, as a director of priority schools, as an assistant, which my position basically was equivalent to an assistant superintendent. As a superintendent, I was very involved. I was involved in various civic meetings and organizations within the community. I am part of a fraternity, so I was also a part of that in our community, where they did a lot to help mentor our scholars, especially our boys. But I also partnered with the sorority sisters to help us with partnering and working with the girls. I did attend church services throughout the month in the community. I listened to the community. I actually lived there. So people saw me all the time. Walmart, Lowe's, wherever. Sometime I was incognito. If I ran in with just a pair of shorts and I just need to get something right quick, I might have a hat on my head and somebody says, "Oh, that's Dr. Robinson." I'm like, "Yeah, that's me." Thought I could get by, but I just think it's very important to be very active in the community in which you live. So I knew that I could call on certain ministers firsthand and say, "Hey, can I meet with you about this?" Or other community leaders. I met with the mayor on a continuous basis, and other elected officials. I met with them. As I said, the police chief and I talked. Actually, it wasn't just once a week. I mean, we talked very often. The judge in the community that I worked with a lot, I met with him frequently. I attended various meetings that he would have, or he, if he wasn't able to come, which sometimes he did, or he would send representatives to meetings that I may have had. You're welcome.
Next question, Mr. Bradley.
Right. As superintendent, and you've touched on a number of these things already, but as superintendent, how would you delegate authority while maintaining accountability? Please explain the actions you would take in detail.
I am one who will hold people highly accountable, and I'm going to hold myself highly accountable. So I know the expectations because you and I have met as a board. I know what you're expecting of me, and so I'm going to make sure that I go over and beyond to fulfill the expectations that you have of me. But I'm going to hold people accountable, and that's why I was sharing that I would have those weekly meetings with department chairs and department heads, because we're going to talk about the finances every week. And every week I need you to have for me a report of telling me where we are, what needs to be done, how do we need to go about doing whatever it needs to be done, keeping in mind that I am meeting with the state as well hearing what they are having to say in reference to the plan that the district has to fulfill. So it's important that I'm making sure that everybody's accountable, but myself as well. I am not one, again, who will sit in an office. I may be there in meetings, but I am not just sitting in there. I'm actively out and about in schools. Schools can expect to see me weekly. Because I'm not just going to sit down and talk with the principal. My method is come walk and talk with me. Because we're gonna walk and talk as we're walking through the school. I'm not gonna be one who goes and sits and chit chats in the office and never makes it into classrooms. I need to see what's going on. Because that's important for me, because when you ask me a question, I need to be able to explain or have a reason behind perhaps whatever it is that you're asking. So it's really important for me to hold people accountable, but I'll be having frequent meetings, and those meetings, we will take minutes so that when we can establish next steps, so which is a part of that data-wise process, so that when we come back to the next meeting, okay, just using you as an example, Mr. Bradley, you said you were going to have this done, where is it? And when you say, well, I don't have it, then the question becomes, why not? Because you said you would have it for us at this meeting. So I'm gonna hold people accountable, but I also work collaboratively with people. And I build that team and I build that partnership. But if I'm holding myself accountable and I'm making sure that I'm getting things done, then when we have meetings, I expect for you to bring the things that you promised that you would bring to the meeting and have ready. Because it could be something I need to provide to the board, or it could be something I have to provide and or to the state.
Thank you, Dr. Rush. Question 13.
This is a question about budget.
Yes.
So you said that you reviewed the material that's on the state website and the Michigan Treasury and DE website, and that you also probably Googled us. And so you know that we have had a severe budgetary deficit here for 8 years. And severe to the extent that earlier this year, the governor of Michigan talked about closing the high school or closing the entire district. So staying on top of the budget, understanding the deep parts of how the budget works, and helping us investigate what led to this budget deficit is going to be part of whoever's the new superintendent. So how would you address that?
Well, that's where that audit comes in. It's really important for that audit, for me to receive that audit report. I was reviewing an audit that was done, but I don't think it was the last one. I think it was the one before that. But I would definitely need to see that audit. I would actually want to sit down with the board, but I would also want to sit down with the auditor and look at trends over the last 8 years, to look at how money was spent, what was it spent on, what's the rationale for spending it on certain things. I'm not coming in to finger point anything. That's not my option, my point. I need to know where did we go wrong, so that we don't keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. So that when I come to the board, I can provide a plan to the board of, okay, this is what has been found. Here's the evidence. These are some possible causes of how this may have happened. This is how we're going to put safeguards, systems, and structures in place to ensure that it does not continue. And this is what our next steps look like in terms of futuristic spending, and also providing the information that is available for public release, so that the community and parents understand this is what the superintendent is doing. You know, and I've been down that road, so I really understand what really saved and worked. It saved me was really working closely with the board and closely with the state. Because if you do not look at that budget and understand those finite details and pieces in there, making sure that if a line item says 100,000, I'm just using this as an example, but if the line item is $100,000 for technology, you cannot go in and use it for anything else but technology. If you're wanting to use it for something else, you're going to have to do an amendment, which means that you're going to have to get it approved, and it must be approved by the board. So it's important. I take the job of superintendency. I like to laugh and have a good time and have fun, but I take my job very seriously. But when it comes to finances, I don't play with that. And so if it's in black and white and it says this is what we're supposed to be doing, this is what we will do. Because I'm not gonna do anything outside of the realm of what ethics says we should be doing.
Thank you. Question number 14, Mr. Watson.
Mr. Robinson, what has been your experience in determining both short and long-range district goals? And the second part is who should be involved in that planning?
So the goals, once I have come in and done an assessment, I look at what has to be done, what has been done, what's working well, what are some things we need to continue to work on. Because I believe in celebrating the things that we're doing well. Let's celebrate that, because everything is not bad all the time. And so people need to be a part of that celebration and feel good about that. But it is also important for us to look at and make sure that we are including everybody, all voices, when we're talking about goal setting, which is a part of the strategic planning process. You have to hear from the community. You have to hear from the various organizations. And when I say community, I'm talking about community at large. That includes everyone in the entire community. Listening to what the board is saying that it feels passionate about. Listening to what the teachers and the employees are saying. And even listening to the scholars, because I do talk to them on a regular basis. And even down to my little kindergartners. I may not be able to talk about finances with them, but I could ask them, if you had a wish list, what would you like and why? They can tell you. They can tell you. And so I like to engage everyone in those discussions. And that's what I was talking about, those think tank meetings and having those advisory committee meetings is where a lot of those discussions will be had.
Thank you. Question 15 is mine. What experience have you had in working within a community of diverse elements such as a socio-economic and educational levels, culture, race, and ethnicity? Please explain in detail.
So I've had a wide range of experiences working with diversity as a teacher, as an administrator, moreover as a superintendent. I've worked in a very diverse community. But I also worked in a community where the average socioeconomic, in terms of the household income, was ranging about 15,000, 20,000, depending upon if some of them were blessed to have 2 jobs. Poverty was very high. I had a huge issue with literacy, which would be one of the things that I would definitely address when I come in. I worked in a district where there were 13% of the 3rd graders who were reading at or above grade level. So the communities seem to mirror one another in my previous experience and what I've been able to read. And I took a tour today of the community and talked to people, just they didn't know who I was. And I wasn't dressed like this, so they didn't know who I was. But just listening and hearing what they had to say. And so I can say that I've experienced, not at all, but I've had some experience at what Benton Harbor represents.
Thank you. Question number 16, Vice President Crowder. And before you start, so we're at 5:14.
Yes, sir.
Your cutoff time is going to be 5:30.
Yes, sir.
We can continue with this. And maybe we can stop at the last 5 minutes and allow you some questions, if that's okay with you,
That would be fine.
Vice President Crowder?
What would you do to positively impact student achievement? Please discuss in detail successful efforts to narrow or close identified achievement gaps in your current district.
So in the district where I was, as well as the work that I was doing in turnaround in my previous district before that, I was a turnaround principal at the middle school and also the elementary level. And so it is important that teachers and administrators are engaged in data meetings. Teachers' collaborative planning has to occur. They have to have built into their master schedules an opportunity for our teachers to have planning time. And it has to be an opportunity for them to look at data so that we can discuss. And when I'm talking about data, I'm not discussing just looking at a piece of paper. I want to drill down specifically. If we're talking, and this is just an example, so I'll say teacher X. If we're looking at teacher X and put that teacher's third grade, I want to drill down to who are these children, who are these scholars that represent these percentages. These percentages meaning the high percentages, the medium range percentages, as well as the lowest percentage. And I especially want to know, how are we using the RTI, which is the response to intervention process? How are we using that for discipline? How are we using it for academics? How are we using it for attendance? And how are we using it for those scholars who have social and emotional issues, which could be impeding them to perform? So there are various factors, but when we have those data discussion meetings, I'm not going in there finger pointing. I'm going in there as a member of the team. I may be asking some hardcore questions, but I'm asking those questions because I want to push the thinking of our administrators, which would be done in their principal academies, as well as when I would meet with teachers around the data discussions. So when we look at those data discussions, we now want to talk about what have been successful strategies and what have been strategies that have not worked and why. And what does that look like? And how can we then move to the next level? What do our next steps look like? So it's really important that we have those, I call those sacred meetings, because if you don't have those meetings, teachers, that impacts how they plan lessons and what those instructional, and then I also want to take those same discussions and bring that to our SIMs. Remember I talked about that, systemic informational meetings, but I also want to talk about that with our parent and community meetings as well. So that they understand this is how we need you to partner with us. This is what I need you to do, parents. It may be something as simple as creating, the teachers providing a DOSH list of words at the K2 level and having baggies, Ziploc bags where they put the words in there on index cards, because everything doesn't have to cost a lot of money or cost any money at all. And providing those for our parents where they can go back and forth. They learn those words, okay, bring them, take those out, put the next group in. It's also important for us to have those discussions so that we can talk about what achievement looks like. And making sure that we're having those learning walks or those instructional rounds where we go into classrooms, go into schools, look at what teaching and learning looks like, because some people may think that what they're doing is really effective, but when we look at the data, it's not showing up in your data. I know you're teaching hard, and I know and I know you are. I see you, and the reason I can say that is because as a superintendent, I'm in the schools, so I know you're teaching, but their kids are not getting it. It's not being transferred to the learning for our scholars. And so, why do you think that's happening? Because kids will tell you it's hard. Why is it hard? I can tell you most of them probably are struggling with comprehension. I was one who struggled with comprehension. And so I understand how frustrating it is to sit in a classroom as a scholar and the teacher doesn't call on you because you really don't understand what he or she is saying. I knew how to recite words, and I could sound like I was reading very melodically. I could change my voice, different characters, but if you asked me what I just read, I couldn't tell you. And so it's important for our scholars not to feel that way. But it's also important that we provide adequate professional development for our teachers so that they feel comfortable teaching it, so that kids can learn.
Thank you. Question 17, Secretary Rush.
So, Dr. Robinson, please share with us briefly, what do you feel are your greatest strengths and your weaknesses?
My greatest strength is, I think, building relationships with people. And ironically, one of the things that a tool that I use is Strength Finders. And Strength Finders helps to build culture. We also look at leadership and self-deception, which is a project through the Arbinger Foundation, which I also was successfully able to implement in my previous district. And I used in a district prior to that. The problem becomes when people are not sure. That's why the vision has to be written and it has to be very plain. The one thing, and I was sharing with Mr. Watson, Dr. Watson, that I had to remember in my the first semester of my first year as superintendent, I had to remember after looking at the fact that some of the teachers were struggling with, and it wasn't that they didn't know what they were doing. I mean, that they couldn't do it or didn't want to do it. They didn't know what they were doing. And so it was important for me to provide the adequate professional development. And you could see the light bulbs going off because I sat in the professional development with them and participated with them. And so a part of Strength Finders is that I'm very competitive. I like to make sure that we are number one, and Benton Harbor will be number one. I know where we are right now, but we're not going to stay there. And it's also important that we are learners. And so I engage people, but I have to remember that. And I did remember that. I had to go back. And from that point on, I had to slow it down a little bit. Even though we were in turnaround work, even though it's deliberate and it's fast, you still have to bring people with you. And so if they're still left behind, you're not turning around anything. And so it was important for me to go back, backtrack, start all over again, and we did, and we were able to be successful.
Thank you. And this may be your final question before we allow you
Yes, sir.
To give us questions. Mrs. Seats, question 18.
Dr. Robinson,
Yes, ma'am.
how would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public, but educationally necessary? And please cite some actual examples.
Yes, brings back wonderful memories. My decisions will always, and this is not lip service, this is who I am. My work is about children. I'm sorry, sometimes adults may say, well, what about us? I'm gonna take care of you as well. I'm gonna make sure you have the things you need, but we would not be here if it was not for the children and if it was not for parents trusting us and entrusting their children in my care. And so if they begin to take their children out of the schools, which I experienced that as well, because we all know that we have other schools popping up around us all across the United States. And I'm not opposed to, I think parents should have choice. But what are they doing that we can't do? Or what are they doing that we should be doing better than them so we keep our kids in our district and not having them travel going other places? And so it is important, it is extremely important that people understand that I am here for our kids, but I'm going to engage everybody in different ways, but I will make decisions that you're not going to agree with. But I hope that you would trust me enough to know that I'm not gonna steer the ship wrong. That where I'm going, you may say, I don't agree with where you're going. I don't agree with how you're doing it. I see where you're going, but I don't agree with how you're doing it. But I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna follow you. I'm gonna believe that what you're telling me is right, because I don't have any other reason to lie. I would not come here and sit in this position to attempt to get that position as superintendent of schools if I did not have the qualifications, but the experience, but it's in my heart. And so I want, and I always tell my scholars this, and you will hear me say this quite often, I never want the skill set of children, of our children, to dictate and determine their destiny. Never. Because if they cannot, you may want to be an architect or an engineer, but you're not great in math. What are we doing? What type of supports are we providing so that you can graduate college and career ready and go to college and be able to be the engineer that you want to be? I don't want you to have to take a second career, doing something else that you're not quite happy with because you just weren't able to do the math or the science to become that nurse or whatever. And then you spend your whole life saying, I really would have loved to have become, but. So that, so for me sitting here, it's about kids. It is about children, and it always will be. And I made very difficult decisions. I'll give you one case in point where we implemented a reading initiative, which the community really loved. Some people in the community didn't necessarily understand why we were implementing it. It was called Freedom Schools. And they weren't interested, they didn't understand, why are you doing that? And I said, because literacy is important. I know we have to make sure the finances is correct and all that. We can have all the data meetings we want, but if children cannot read, they're not gonna be able to perform and they're not gonna be able to learn. So it's really important for us. And so initially that decision did not go over well. It really didn't with some people, even some that supervised me. But I did it anyway. I did it anyway because I did what was best for children. And it paid off because the kids that participated in that program, their reading levels increased, some 1, some 2, some 4 grade levels. And the parents wanted the program and said, why can't they do this during the school year? We had an empty building that we weren't using, and we turned it into a freedom school. That is a federal program for children, minority children, for literacy.
So we have 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions for the board, Mr. Robinson?
Well, I want to thank you for the opportunity to have a conversation. I never want to look at it as an interview. I look at it as a conversation. I look at it as we are family sitting around the table having the discussion. I know that I'm doing all the talking, but I believe that we're still having that conversation around the one thing that all of you, as well as myself, places a major priority, and that's the scholars of Benton Harbor. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. I apologize for being late. I got the times wrong. But thank you for accommodating me and allowing me the opportunity to be here. I have really spent a lot of time reading and preparing. And so as a board, you have clarified that you'll be making a decision on the 16th.
That's for the superintendent. Tonight, we'll be making a decision on the final 2 candidates.
Okay.
That will go into qualifications next week.
Okay, and so those 2 candidates would, what would that be, a public forum, or is
Yes.
that, okay,
It would be just as today.
okay,
We would have a second set of questions given
Okay.
to us by Ray and Associates.
okay,
And we bring those 2 candidates back and bring home a new superintendent for Benton Harbor Area Schools.
Well, thank you. I would look forward to the opportunity and feel very blessed to have the opportunity to serve. And that, because that's what I am, a servant leader. What I would like to, if I'm able
Yes, sir.
to, I would like to leave with you a so in this bag, I have some words that I would like to leave with you. And when I call out the word, can you just tell me which one? Yeah. Which one would best describe you? And that's what I want to leave with you. I have grit. Leadership.
I'll take it.
I was thinking of you when I did that one. Teamwork. Mindset. Vision. Strong beliefs.
I have strong beliefs.
I know that. Passion.
Too.
Faith.
I know, I want to.
Faith. I'll take passion because that's what I'm passionate about, the work. And I look forward to doing the work. In that packet, you will find a letters of recommendation. You will find my resume, curriculum vitae. You'll also find the 90-day plan in there. I also provided you with a video on the jump drive that kind of elicits much of the discussion we had here today. It also elicits some of the questions that you've asked me on the initial video. So I just simply want to leave that with you. And again, thank you for the opportunity and experience. And I look forward to hopefully having the opportunity to come back.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you can have mine. Yes, ma'am.
I know you're free,
Yes, ma'am.
Never fail. I don't give up.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Okay, you too.
Thank you. Okay.
It's much better.
Just leave it as it is now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Susan, trying to figure out if she written the next
I
candidate.
have nothing to do with this.
Well, yeah, well, no, I mean, she's bringing the candidate, so she has to have it.
So.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm texting her now, I just told Sue that the first candidate walked out.
If you would just tell her we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at, yeah, 5:33 now. Yeah, 5:40.
A few minutes. Yeah, Mr. Kennedy, I figured that.
Oh, wow. Hey, I get it. I get it.
They're not in here. We have to give them credit for work for it.
That he did. That is absolutely correct.
Well, I can read.
I don't know. We take,
Oh, wow.
Oh, Calvin.
Calvin.
Really? Is he 57?
No, he. When they Oh, good evening, ma'am. How are you?
Good evening.
How are you?
Good evening.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Me too.
I had to do it.
I get it.
I do, come on.
I
I had to do it.
I want to thank you for your patience, Interim Superintendent Robinson. We got a late start. We're going to start this meeting at 5:45. We're going to end your interview at 6:45. I'm sorry. And so I'm going to just go through a couple housekeeping things. All right. So no need to introduce the board members to you because you know us already. And so the board is pleased to have you as one of the top candidates for the superintendency of Benton Harbor Area Schools. All candidates will be asked the same questions as we go through the process. I've already told you how long the interview will last, and I'll moderate the interview. However, each board member will ask questions. And you will have the opportunity, if you choose at the end, to ask questions as well, if you have questions for the board. And as next week, December 16th, we will find a superintendent for Benton Harbor Area Schools. Tonight, we will assess, we will go from 4 to 2, all right? And next week, we will have 2 and come up with a final candidate. All right, so we're ready to start. You have 3 to 5 minutes to give the board an introduction.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
I do want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to interview with you. I do find this a privilege and an honor to be in this seat interviewing for Benton Harbor Area School Superintendent. I am Patricia Robinson, or Trish Robinson as I go by. I have had 22 years to actually prepare for this position. And all 22 years have been in Benton Harbor Area Schools. I've served as a teacher, a first grade teacher, a preschool teacher. I've served as a Reading First coach, when Reading First was one of those pieces that the state government was actually implementing in districts. I've served as a principal, curriculum director, and then also as a interim superintendent and assistant superintendent. I do hope that tonight I'm able to share more of myself with you so that you have a better understanding of where I stand in education.
Thank you. Mrs. Robinson, I have the first question. Describe your leadership style and please give the board example.
So my leadership style is more transformative, where I allow and welcome and encourage everyone to take part in being a leader through distributed leadership, through empowerment. I am also a team player and really focus on collaborating with all entities. So, for example, we have set up several different leadership teams within our district, such as student study team, school improvement team. We have a discipline team as well that we've set up, and teachers are part of this. Teachers lead this in some buildings. We also have, right now, we also are developing an inspiring leadership program where we are encouraging those who want to take part of being a leader in Benton Harbor area schools to sign up. So there are lots of opportunities for us to grow leaders, and that is something that I am really, really encouraging and actually moving forward within this district. I was given an opportunity to lead as a teacher on certain chairing certain departments and within my building when I was a teacher, and I felt that was something that really engaged me into wanting to lead and be a part of leadership teams.
Thank you. Question number 2, Vice President Corrales.
During the first year, how might you go about determining the strengths and weaknesses of our school district? And what specific steps would you take, Ms. Robinson?
So right now, what I do know from my experience of being in Benton Harbor area schools already is that we know that we have a challenge in our academics. So we have we have about 3% of our students in 3rd grade who are reading on grade level. We also have about 1% of our students in 11th grade who are passing proficiently the SAT test. So one of the areas that I will work on, and we continue to do that, is our academics. Within our curriculum program, we are shoring up the pieces of assessment using the data in our PLCs, actually making revisions and revisements to what we are sharing with students so that we are giving them a differentiated program of instruction. That is actually happening now. Also, when we think about our curriculum program, we have embedded interventions. How often are students actually getting those interventions? And then what are we doing when students are not moving ahead or moving the course within those interventions? So even possibly having a tier 3 program that we have within our program, and that includes tutoring and possibly some mentoring programs that are already in the works within our district. Another area that we do need to work on is our culture and climate within the district. And the big part of that is ensuring that our buildings are welcoming. So we already have goals in revising how the entrances are. How are our offices set up? Are our offices welcoming for parents to come in and actually have a one-on-one conversation with the secretary? What are our parents hearing when they come into the offices? Within our classrooms, what are we doing around really empowering and ensuring that students are recognized for the behavior, the good behavior that they are showing? So through PBIS, ensuring up PBIS, that is another way that we will be able to move the district forward. We have had PBIS in many of our programs and plans. And as I look through them, the number one thing that we need to move forward in is monitoring. So within our classrooms, what are those interventions or incentives that teachers have? What are those consequences that we have listed where we can hold students accountable? And then within the building-wide school systems, what are some of those fun things that we can offer students and offer parents as they come into the building and actually are following what is being established within that school building? So that's another thing. So the other big area is parent engagement and parent involvement. really taking parents where they are and focusing on that and building on what they are, what they bring to the table. We know that parents at home would help their kids with their homework. They may not show up for parent-teacher conferences, but let's applaud them for those efforts that they have with how they really get involved with their students. And on top of that, let's then develop a parent academy, which is already in the works with one of our parent engagement coordinators, offering parents a dashboard of opportunities for training within the district. And then on top of that, another level is let's create home visits. A lot of times parents don't come because they have some opposition to the school. So how can we take advantage of being in this town, being in the city of Benton Harbor, and actually going into homes and providing support to parents where they are?
Thank you. Ms. Lou, you have question number 3.
I'm Ms. Robinson.
Good evening.
Ms. Robinson, how would you build a good working relationship between the board and the superintendent? Please cite an example.
So what I've experienced so far is that there needs to be a level of trust and a level of respect between the board and the superintendent. That comes with, number one, communication. How well is the superintendent communicating to the board as a whole? And number two is transparency. How well is the superintendent being transparent of the things that need to be known by the board as well? Another thing that we need to focus on is understanding what our goals are and work collaboratively in building those goals with the superintendent. As we are building those goals, we are learning each other, we are learning how each other thinks, and those goals and visions then that vision is then moved forward by the board and the superintendent interdependently. So one can't be without the other. We have to work together. We have to work collaboratively in order to move the district forward. I do know that in my experience, we've had the idea of your traditional school board and your superintendent sometimes may not work. Benton Harbor is a little different. We really have to work together, even maybe crossing some of the lanes so that we can move our goals and district forward. And that also includes the community, taking input from the community, which we know the board is the community spokesperson. But as we then begin to develop what those goals are, bringing the community in, collaborating with the school board, building the trust and building the positive relationships and communicating with each other, and also respecting what the board has decided and what the board intends to move forward.
Thank you. Question number 4. Mrs. Seeks.
Hi, Mr. Robinson, how are you? Could you please provide specific examples of how you have promoted educational programs utilizing your communication and public relations?
Yes, so I will go to what we recently promoted, which is one of our project literacy activities. So this project literacy activity is to help bring parents into the school to learn more about how they can promote literacy with their students through reading strategies and activities that they can actually take into the home. One of the ways we promoted that was through our Facebook page. We also sent notices home. We utilized the robo messaging system that the district has, and we also use our website to promote the activity as well. So what we do within the district, we have all of those different modes of communication to our families. We have your traditional newsletters or letters that go out, flyers, and we usually just send those out to K through 8 students. And then we utilize our robocall system, we utilize the website, and we utilize a Facebook page that we have, and that is how we communicate with families.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. You have question number 5.
Good evening, Ms. Robinson. What would you do to build trust and promote confidence in the superintendency in the district, and describe the specific actions you would take?
So one of the things is it is communication and actually utilizing parents to help communicate those things out. So for instance, what I would like to do and what I have put out as a plan is to have talks with the superintendent. So those forums that we would have where parents would be able to come in and at a specific place, doesn't necessarily have to be here in the district, and actually have informal conversations with parents. This will allow parents an opportunity to just informally and freely share with me their concerns, ideas, or input that they would have for their specific school or the district. Another thing that I am putting in place is supper with the soup. This would allow me to have a one-on-one conversation through dinner with a family or two families quarterly. This offers families a time to build a relationship with me, also to understand where I am coming from and what the goals of the district are. And also another opportunity for them to share with me their information and their concerns. And on top of that, those talks with the soup will include one with several with students. As we gain and look through our district, our students have a lot of information that they would like to share. And on top of that will be talks with the soup with teachers as well. So teachers should not be forgotten about being able to communicate to the superintendent in an informal setting and sharing their ideas and challenges or struggles that they're having as well. And I will say that through some of the literacy projects and events that we have, I've been able to communicate with parents. I also have parents who call me with their concerns or challenges. I do try to call them back within 24 hours. And through those conversations with parents, I've learned a lot. They are sharing input, sharing concerns, not with just the event that they're dealing with at that moment, but overall. I do ask them, what has been your experience? What do you see other challenges are? So through phone and conversations as well.
Thank you. Ms. Buchanan went away to the restroom, so yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Well, she asked me to.
Okay, question number 6.
Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Robinson, how would you communicate your vision of quality education for the future to the board, staff, and community? And please specify steps that you would take.
So the first step that I would take for the vision with the board, my stance is we will work with the vision collaboratively. So building that vision together is one of my first steps that I would take with the board. With the after that, I would also have to include principals with that vision, the district leadership team with that vision, as we go through and add to it, and then taking it out to the parents and the family and the community for additional input before anything is solidified as a vision for the district. Yes, that will be led by me. Nonetheless, it is important and imperative to have all stakeholders involved with building this vision and also developing the goals. And once we do that and we have a common place where we are, common language that we can speak, then we will be able to move things along the way it should be, collaboratively, as we adjust this, make our adjustments, and actually secure the achievement for our students to be successful in Ben Harbor.
Thank you. Question 7, Mr. Watson.
Good evening. What one decision that you made in the last year or so would you reverse or at least reconsider and modify?
But I will say this. So, and you all know I've been a part of, I've been interim for a number of times. So this is my 3rd time around this interim. And with any leader, with making decisions, you never know what the outcome is going to be. You're making decisions based off of the information that you have given you at that particular time. I do know with Benton Harbor, one of the decisions that I was a part of or led was the recommendation of the closing or the termination of our global dual language program. That program has, in the past, looking through some of the program or the plans that we've had in place, it was a way to draw families of diverse families into the district. And with the decision of closing that, we have lost some of our Hispanic families. And we do need to engage in ways to bring them back. I had relationships with many of them, and it is a great piece of my goals is to bring something like that back and to re-engage our Hispanic families.
Thank you. Question 8 is mine. If there were a conflict between different community groups in the district over a particular issue, how would you resolve it? Please cite examples that you have used in the past.
Conflict of different organizations and examples that I have actually done. So I would, and I'll go back to the global dual language program, and with making that decision, it was not an easy decision. So what I had to do was we had a family forum that I was a part of, that I led. I went and created a PowerPoint, share with parents the reason why the decision was made. I also opened myself up to have one-on-one dialogues and talks with parents, talking to them individually and helping them understand the why behind the decision at that time, because there was definitely a why. It was around our deficit and trying to make some changes to help our budget overall. So that was a conflict. Now, whether it was resolved or not, I was the one leading this effort, and I was the one actually talking to the parents and having the tough conversations with families during this time.
Thank you. Question number 9, Vice President Crowder.
Good evening again. What has been your success as a school leader in partnering with higher education and the business community? And mention the partnerships that have developed as a result of your leadership.
So far, my relationship with higher education and other organizations within the community have been pretty positive. One example is our partnership with Andrews University. I have been a point contact with working with Andrews University since I've been in central office. I worked with them in developing a summer math tutoring program. I worked with them in helping them organize and coordinate the career fair that happens annually for Benton Harbor students. I have worked with them annually on they have an activity where they give back to schools. I've coordinated the activities with that, and one of those examples includes the murals that were painted at Arts and Communications Academy. I also work with Western. We worked with Western on developing some plans on trying to help increase our certified teachers within the district. And currently we are working with Lake Michigan College in having our students actually go to the college and experience some of their makerspace that they have within the school. So a lot of organizations. Also right now I am working with the Benton Harbor Education Foundation, and I'm part of that board. And as we go through our district and find what needs we have within each particular school, we are working with them. I'm working with them on trying to get and garner funds for the different activities.
Thank you. Question 10, Secretary Rush.
So, as we know, problems come and go. And it's possible that the board and the superintendent could think that they have a good strategic plan, and yet new problems can arise. So how would you stay attuned to potential district problems? What kind of methods would you use to stay in touch?
So a couple of things that I'm currently doing. Number one, I am having my own building walkthroughs. I schedule those once a month where I'm meeting with building principals, going to their buildings and actually walking through with them within their buildings. I'm also having one-on-one meetings with them while I'm there as well. I have one-on-one meetings with our district leadership team. And during those meetings, we have an agenda, and there we talk about things that could possibly come up, things that we need to address, areas that we need to address, and then we also problem solve during those meetings. Our cabinet meetings that we have on a weekly basis is also another area where if there were potential problems would come up, it would be during that time as well, where we can address it as a whole cabinet. Other things that we are doing, we are collecting, doing audits of the processes and procedures that we are putting together, that we have put together this school year. Through those audits, we find areas where there needs to be some things addressed. And for example, our audits with our truancy, within our truancy department, those audits have deemed successful in finding where our discrepancies are within attendance, tardies, things like that. So we're able to address those things in that area. Audits of our school improvement teams. Where are we within our school improvement plans? What could potentially happen if we do not address, or we have not addressed the goals or the actions within our school improvement plan? What do we need to revise? Working with our business and finance officer alongside with him, going through some of the budget within our weekly meetings, finding out what do we need to address, where are some things that we need to make some revisions within these certain codes. So it's through those pieces there that I have experienced that allows me to curtail or stop some challenges that we may have. And then also once that happens, communicating to the board through my weekly memos of what those challenges might be.
Thank you. Question number 11. Mrs. Seeds?
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Robinson, how would you ensure your visibility in our district, and what would you do specifically?
So going back to my, within the district, going back to my walkthroughs, I do host the walkthroughs monthly at different buildings. So every week I'm in someone's building. Also going into classrooms, classes do see me, students do see me often. And then also, so within the community, actually going to community events and making sure that I am part of what the community is actually moving forward. For example, I just attended I was on a panel for a play this a couple weeks ago and participated in that. And going back to my walkthroughs, those have seemed to be successful in making sure that people know that the interim superintendent will be in the building, and also know that the interim superintendent cares about what you do, and it is important for me to be visible within the schools and within the community. And I will say this too, as I go into the buildings, I am not afraid of getting involved with communicating with students, doing some retraining of students, and just getting my hands dirty with students. I am all in wherever I go.
Thank you. Question number 12 goes to Mr. Bradley.
Right, Ms. Robinson. As superintendent, how would you delegate authority while maintaining accountability? Please explain the actions you would take in detail.
So maintaining authority while and delegating. So one of the things that we're doing now is distributed leadership. So my goal is to make sure that I empower and build leaders. And when I do that, I'm able to take a task and share it with one of my leaders or a building leader or a teacher, explaining what the expectations would be, and then also doing follow-up with that person and giving them feedback. And I will go to our student study teams, and that is an example of what we are actually doing now. And within those student study teams, what am I seeing within the action plan or the documentation that is being shared with us in the shared drive? how often are these student study teams actually happening? So we do have a schedule of those student study teams. And then we also have documents that list who's involved with the student study teams. And then as those happen, where there are notes that are taken that are actually shared with people with the district leadership around the student study team. So that is a specific example about that.
Thank you. Question number 12 goes to Secretary Rush.
So as you know, Benton Harbor has had financial problems for several years, and we've been in significant deficit for the past 8 years, which was one of the reasons why the governor threatened to close the high school or close the district. So as superintendent, what would be your role in the budgetary process and ensuring that we are on the right track financially?
So one of the big things is that is working alongside the CFO. Understanding where the budget is, what is in it, and also working with him and developing where we need to go with this budget. One of the things that we do need to do is do an audit, internal audit, probably of the classrooms, and see if there are ways that we can shore up our classrooms as well. Thinking about being flexible in movement within the classrooms or within buildings. And then also working with the different department areas, as we know every department feeds into that budget. What are their needs? What are our priorities? And then working with the CFO in establishing and making sure that as the HR department, within the curriculum department or facilities, that those pieces are being met within the budget as much as possible. And then as we think about it, communicating to the staff that we have to be fiscally responsible for our budget. That this is just not an open budget area for Benton Harbor area schools, that we have to be fiscally responsible for everything that we do, and it has to relate to our strategic goals. So if what we're doing is not related to our strategic goals, then those areas or the pieces would not be funded. And I have to make sure that is communicated to all staff.
Thank you, and I apologize. We were on question 13, and now we're on question 14. So I apologize, Mrs. Robinson. Question number 14, Mr. Watson.
Thank you. What has been your experience in determining both short and long range district goals? And secondly, who should be involved with that planning?
So my experience I've been part of teams since 2015 of developing the short and long-term goals of a district. I was part of the district improvement team, and I've been a part of that for the past 5 years. And then as within the school, you're also part of your own school improvement team. So who should be a part of that process? Definitely, you would have representatives from the school board on that team. You would have community members on the team. You would have parents on that team. You would also have representatives from the principals unit, be it a principal maybe at each level, and then also have teachers. You would have your district leadership team on it, which are the head of departments within the cabinet. Those are how you would do it.
Thank you. Question number 15 is mine, Superintendent. What experience have you had in working within a community of diverse elements, such as socioeconomic and educational levels, culture, race, and ethnicity? Please explain in detail.
So as I described with my opening statement, I've been a part of Benton Harbor area schools for 22 years. I'm also a part of Benton Harbor area schools. And I was born and raised here. So as I take my experience in my home life, applied that to my educational life, and I brought that into my career. And working at Benton Harbor, we have a diverse socioeconomic status here. We deal with kids who come from challenging backgrounds, We know we have students who have come from two-parent homes who are very established. We know we have students that come from places of trauma. And we also have students who have come from very solid upbringing within our district. So within that, we have a diverse track of students in our district. We also have a small Hispanic population within our district that we work with, that we do everything that we can to make sure that we communicate with within their language, and also provide activities for. So within that, we have the opportunity to really support students with the background that they come with, the diverse background they come with, not only social, economically, or mentally, but also academically. So within the academic diverse population, we have students who operate at a tier 1, 2, and 3 level. So we're able to differentiate our instruction and provide personalized instruction for students.
Thank you. Question 16 goes to Vice President Crowder.
You answered part of this, when you talked about tier 1, 2, and 3 levels. But what would you do to positively impact student achievement and discuss the detail successful efforts to narrow and close identified achievement gaps?
So that goes back to interventions, providing interventions and differentiated instruction for students. So using the data, so as we have our data that we have received from NWEA assessments, our MSTEP assessments, and our unit assessments, we're able to take that data and actually develop or revise an instructional plan, if you want to say, for students. Right now we use, and for interventions, we use iRead. For K2, we use System 44 for grades 3 through 11, and then Read 180 for grades 6 through 12. With those interventions, those are computer adapted interventions that allow students to work at their own level, and then as they begin to be successful at that, it actually adapts and moves up. Students are given, or teachers are given reports on that, and actually are able to have conferences with students on where they are and then where they need to be. Another big part of that is goal setting. So as we are, once we begin in our NWEA assessment time, actually working with students and developing or sharing what their goals are. Where do you want to move ahead? So you were here in the fall, you're going to take this winter assessment. Where do you want to be? Where are you going to set this goal for you to kind of move towards during your assessment time? We do have one of our schools who actually posts the grade level goal for the students, so that they know when they're testing, they know where they're actually heading to, in addition to their individual goal. But then that. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 17 goes to Secretary Rush.
Please share with us what you believe to be your major strengths and your weaknesses.
So my years of experience has been in curriculum instruction. So, and it involves me, number one, knowing what my curriculum is, knowing what I need to teach within that curriculum, having strategies on what I'm going to deliver and how I'm going to deliver it, actually utilizing the unit assessments that we may have developed on our own or maybe included within the comprehensive program that we do have. And then actually utilizing the assessments. So with those pieces of the curriculum within our district, we are able to develop a data assessment calendar. So where all teachers actually utilize this for our formative assessments and then also for our classroom assessments and our summative assessments as well. So when is MSTEP? When is SAT? When is the PSAT happening? When is our NWEA going to happen? And then within the classrooms, when are we actually giving what is our window for giving the unit assessments for each of our units within our programs, be it math, ELA, science, or social studies? Within the PLCs that actually should be happening, how are we ensuring that data is at the center of our PLC conversations so that we can use that data in those conversations to revise our instruction? We know that all students may not achieve what we are actually teaching them, so how are we going to redirect and reteach this information through small groups or direct instruction? And I would say my least area of, or my weakest area would be finance. And what I am doing is just really working alongside our CFO and trying to, in understanding what it is to build a budget, revise a budget, what do I need to look for, what are those snippets that I need to look for. And as I am working alongside him, I'm really getting a grasp of what it is to build a budget and be financially, have a strong financial kind of understanding.
Okay, thank you. Question 18, Mrs. Seats.
How would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public, but educationally necessary? And could you please give us some examples, some actual examples?
One of the things that we do have to do in order to make the unpopular decisions very understandable is first, creating a culture that students come first. And that all decisions are going to be made because for students and for kids. So one of the ways that I know this in positioning people in positions, we had a position of instructional facilitator at our lower level elementary building. We know that Read by 3 is an initiative for Michigan Department of Education. So in order for us to move forward and actually get some grounds on literacy in 3rd grade, we had to change the position from instructional facilitator to literacy coach. With the literacy coach position, that is focusing on literacy throughout that building. And with that, I had to move someone into another position. That was not a popular decision. Nonetheless, it was a decision that through our conversation and the dialogue, I had to help the person understand that this was for kids. And so if we keep kids at the center of anything, be it building closures, reduction in staff so that we can have staff that would focus on our interventions, or things within human resources. If we keep students at the center, the decision is unpopular, but it's the right decision.
So I'm gonna give you time right now, it's 6:26. So as we get to 6:30, you can stop us so we can keep going. And you can start to ask your questions of the board if you have any at 6:30, or you can keep going with the questions, all right? So right now it's 6:26, and the next question goes to Mr. Bradley, question 19.
If we were to talk to your greatest critic in your district and or community, what would the criticism be of you?
So the criticism, possibly it could be that I may not speak enough. I may not speak loud enough. Nonetheless, I have a stance, I have a philosophy, I also have knowledge and I have experience that when warranted, I share. When it's needed, I share. People may take that as a weakness. Nonetheless, it is very powerful because when it's time for me to speak and when it's time for me to make a move, and especially if it's for kids, I have no doubt that I will be able to make that right decision, so.
All right, thank you. Question 20, Ms. Buchanan.
Ms. Robinson, give us some special idea on how, okay, you would judge your own efficiency as a superintendent and how the board should evaluate your work.
So my work should be evaluated based on the data. So, and we're talking about student achievement data. How are they faring? Are we seeing growth actually within the data that we do have? Are we seeing more of our students becoming proficient in each area? Also utilizing some perception data through surveys from parents, community, and staff. How am I faring and what am I doing? What are my challenges? Where are my strengths that I need to actually kind of make some adjustments on? So through surveys, I'll say, through our data. And then also from input from the community. Those are ways that you judge my work. You judge me by what I do as well, so.
Thank you. Mr. Watson, question 21.
Describe your beliefs about student discipline and safety.
My belief is, number one, parents really, and our families, really want a safe and orderly environment. And discipline at some point comes into that, maybe later. What happens is if you have unstructured environments, you have environments that has not had an opportunity to really implement what we call positive behavioral instructional supports. You then have a system where you have discipline issues, you have behavior issues, and that impacts the education or the instruction within the classroom. So it's important for us first to establish a system of what I really push forward is positive behavior instructional supports that will then eliminate the majority of the behavior issues. Once that happens, you will have a small amount where you have to address and you apply the student code of conduct policies and procedures with those students. And you make sure that you stand the ground of following the procedures and policies that are put in place by the board, and you follow that through and through. Sometimes we have a lack of imbalance with behavior within our buildings because we have inconsistencies in our discipline and we have inconsistencies of what we're moving forward. So we want to make sure, number one, we have a good system where we're addressing students overall within the school, developing those expectations, holding them up to those expectations. And then those students who don't, then we apply the policy to them.
Thank you. Question 22, Ms. Buchanan.
Oh, okay. Mr. Robinson, tell us how you will build consensus and develop teamwork among those individuals and groups that you serve.
Okay. So monthly meetings. We have our monthly meetings with our principals. We have monthly meetings I have monthly meetings weekly meetings with the cabinet. I have individual meetings with my direct reports, individual meetings with our building principals. As we have these meetings and we have issues that might arise, we talk through them. And I'll take this, for example, we talked about at the beginning of the year, how if students were going to use the back elevator or not, or the back stairwell. Well, within that cabinet meeting, we determined the best way to actually approach this, share that information with the principal, because there were some who were kind of polarized. Students are going to use that back stairwell. Well, the other stance, my stance was, no, if we teach them what we're expecting, there will be fewer and fewer students using that back stairwell. So it ended up happening, the communication was pushed forward that students would not use that back stairwell. And we see what is happening, that the hallway has been cleared up. And within our cabinet, we created a consensus and we said we move this forward, and it's actually shared with the building team, and we have the results of that.
Okay, so it's 6:32. We can move on with questions from the board to you, or you can take this time, because we close your interview at 6:45. You can take this time to ask us questions. And so it's up to you, Mrs. Robinson.
So in addition to the information that was put on the website regarding what you would look for in the superintendent, what would be some additional areas or specific characteristics that you would look for in a superintendent?
All right, so the question is on the table. Board members, Mr. Watson?
I would defer to you.
Well, I mean, I think the question is for any board member, so thank you.
Looking, as far as in the district, at someone being that can, have a vision to move us forward into the 21st century. As you already know, being from the community, a lot of people are still focused on what happened 10, 15, 25 years ago, where we need someone that can look far out into the future and say, okay, this is what we need with the changing trends in education.
I think it's important, that we have a superintendent. The superintendent job is different from the principal job, which I know you know. But I think it's important that the superintendent be able to balance the curricular needs with running the entire district, including having a strong administrative team, including finance and human resources, which I think has been built here and which I hope will be maintained. I think that if we look back at our unhappy 3 months with the governor, there were 2 complaints about us. One was about curriculum achievement and what percentage of students were reading at what grade level, what was going on with high school graduation rates. But the other big area was finance. And so I think that I think what you answered before is good. You offered on your own without being asked about the importance of financial stability. But I think that is something that I'm looking for, because I think that in the past, from my understanding, of course, I've only been here a year, but that there are people who were good at curriculum, but not good at overall management. And that's one of the reasons why the district got in trouble. And I think if we've learned nothing from the past year, it's that we have to have a balanced approach, and or there will be outside people who will make decisions for us.
But we're gonna go around, so I'm gonna just give my 2 cents. I think what we were looking for on the site has been stated, but some of the other things too is, as Mr. Bradley stated, right, bringing our school and our students into 21st and 22nd century education. Also, for me, it has to be about career and technical education, because if you look at the United States, we have so many jobs, right, that are unfulfilled, but they pay well. So you don't have to go to college. We talk about college and career. I would differ, because I would say sometimes if you just get these certifications, you can make just as much money as the college person and run away in the long term. I would also say that we need someone to be strong financially, someone that can hit the ground running and make sure that we get those 3rd grade reading scores up, right? Because, I mean, the state right now has a 22 at our head, so to speak, right? And if we don't do what's necessary, we have MDE that can say, you know what, it's time to call in the troops on them. Then we also have that financial piece that right now with the advisory committee we're working on. And so we need to make sure that by the time the advisory committee is all set and we come up with a great operational plan, we have to have someone in place that's ready to implement that plan in order for this district to survive. That's it for me. Mrs. Crowder?
I'd like a superintendent that looks at our academic problems, be able to strategically solve them, know what our problems are. That's the main thing, know what they are, by looking at the data, and be willing to stand strong and solve those problems, whether it's not gonna be an easy fix, but whether it's popular or not, what you have to do, because you have to do what you have to do for the children.
Well, we talked about the budgets and the financing and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna get on the warm and fuzzy side, because that's important as well. And be someone who's compassionate, that's caring. I see many things in you. I see things in the others that have, the other one that's presented. Again, we have to continue to develop people. We continue to develop, and I just feel strongly about continuing to develop, and I feel strongly about the warm and fuzzy side. That's just who I am. So I am compassionate, I care about these kids. The first thing that came to my mind was the safety. You know, we can academic and we can pay for tutors and all of that stuff. Some of us can, some of us can't. But when it came to the safety of this building, and that was my major concern. And I see that safety has, that the safety of it has really increased. I've talked to students, I've talked to faculty. I've listened, you know, and I'm really happy to hear some of the things that I'm hearing about the safety. Let's get on with the academics and the curriculum now. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Ms. Robinson, in a superintendent, you have to be flexible. And you got to be strong, because you go, like Ms. Waters, she said, for safety. And earlier, someone mentioned about, you got kids in the 10th and 11th grade that can't read or comprehend something. You need to get some people that are gonna help them, not look down on them. And you got to say, no, you learn how to say no. Not saying that you can't do that, but you need somebody gonna be strong. You got to be in all kinds of ways, backward and forward. But the main thing is education. We have too many of our young people that can't read or whatever, and we need somebody that's gonna do that. You have to be strong in your service to the community. I think you've done a great job, but you can't let people get away with nothing. And like Mr. Bradley said, what happened 15 years ago, people gonna always come to you and tell you what you'll do. But what are they doing? What are they doing for this situation? So we need like auto mechanic, everybody ain't gonna be no lawyer and doctor. You need shop, we need to bring back someone, we need homemade, we need a lot of things that will draw these kids to school. Why as like a skill center, work on cars, kids, everybody ain't gonna be no doctor and lawyer. So we need a lot of things to get our community back, to get our kids back in this district. Be strong with it, Ms. Robinson. Thank you.
All right, so you still have 5 minutes. You can ask more questions, or we can ask a question of you. It's your choice.
And then will I have time to do a closing remark or closing statement or?
Yeah, I mean, so we have 5 minutes left. If you want to, we can make sure that our response is brief, because I want to make sure you get the same opportunity as the last gentleman did.
So then my last question is, parent involvement. What is the biggest challenge with that you've seen from your work with getting parents involved?
Mr. Watson?
Parent involvement, as I see it, has been a challenge because of all the other factors that go into it. It's not just about coming up here and seeing what your kids are doing. It's impediments that go on with from transportation. There are issues where some parents may feel like it's not, they're not adequate enough to come up and ask questions, or they feel intimidated in some ways, or they don't feel welcome. So we have to work on, as was alluded to earlier, overall customer service, and making sure that the district from all aspects are invited and wanting the parent to come up here and be received as important as anyone else that comes through those doors.
All right. 6:41. Let's keep it brief so we can give her enough time to close.
I would say with parental involvement, it's looking at the changing demographic of the parents, because now we have a lot of younger parents. And then, like you said, you have with multiple jobs and things of that nature. So how is it that we can work with working with their schedule to get them up there? We have to have weekend sessions to have them get involved and stuff. So I would say that.
Yes, ma'am. And so for me, I would say that I'm going to state it just a little bit different, because I think when our parents leave Ben Harbor area schools and go to these other schools, half of them show up for parent-teacher conferences. So just like they're showing up at St. Joe Lakeshore and all that, they can show up here too, no excuses. And when we talk transportation and all that, they got a dollar ride, they got some Uber, right? Even when we have evening parental conferences, they could be there. Because what happens with good schools is this: if you look at the parental involvement at the good schools around us, they have high parental involvement. So we're never gonna meet this mark until the parents decide that they wanna save their district, that they really, truly, as they say, care about their students, because the proof's in the pudding. That's it for me.
And it's hard for some parents to come in the evening, so maybe you can have some morning meetings. Some parents need to come in the morning, and everybody don't like to give up their weekend, so the morning would be important.
Well, I think, but just like, we have mentors for everything. So why not have mentors for parents that don't know how to be parents? So that's kind of my take on that. Well, no, I'm not saying that they don't know how to be a parent, but it's just like instruction on anything. We all, I need a mentor. I need guidance. I'm 63 years old. I still need guidance on certain things. So if you have a child, a parent that's 33 years old and has a 15-year-old in high school, a 16-year-old in high school, there needs to be some intervention, some mentoring, some holding of the hand. Thank you.
Ms. Lou?
What Ms. Water T said, you have parents that right here in this room about a month ago, afraid that most parents now don't care. They care, then they're afraid of their child. So they'll say, come on, son, I told you they weren't gonna do nothing. So parents got to understand, you have charity starts at home. When you get up in the morning, when you ready to go to school, you must obey that teacher. You got to have rules in your household. All my kids are grown. I never had to come to school for parent-teacher conference, none of that. But as a superintendent, he would have did it, but he did this. No excuses. You got to step up and be a parent. We would have all these, and I'm not jumping the subject, but I got tears in my eyes. One of my best friend's daughter got murdered yesterday morning. Why? You know what? We need to stop this. We got to stop being parents, and we got to help protect our kids and work with whoever be superintendent. We got to get in there and give her a hand. My hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Final comments?
So I do just want to thank you all for this opportunity. Like I said at the opening statement, I have positioned myself and to actually interview for this position. I've had experience 3 times over with the interim. I've learned lots, and I've learned things, what to do and what not to do. I am committed to this district. I'm committed to the position. I'm committed to the students and to our families. And I believe I have shown that over the past years in my connections with the parents that I can still communicate with. And I do hope that I was able to share with you a little bit of myself as I have, as it relates to education and what I view in education. And once again, thank you. And I do hope that I am given this opportunity to lead this district.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Does any of the board members need a couple-minute break before we bring the next candidate? All right, so let's take a 5-minute, or let's be back at 6:51.
Right.
What you bring your husband? What you bring your husband?
Right.
Does anybody
You know what? Let me change that. Give me some kick right now. Keep that kick right now.
Well, where I coming from?
No, how about something a little bit more Cheese grapes.
Cheese or turkey sticks.
I'll take it.
Do you want anything in it?
See, that's
We got phones.
I'll go wherever.
Oh, when she said she go well, she can cook.
I can give you mine a couple dollars.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Mr. Gray? Want to have a seat at the table there?
If everyone could turn their mics back on. So good evening to you, Mr. Gray.
Good evening.
I want to introduce the members of the Board of Education. To my right is Secretary Rush. And then we have Mr. Bradley, Trustee Bradley, Trustee Watson. To my left is Vice President Crowder. Next to her is Treasurer Denise Seats. And then lastly, Trustee Lou Buchanan. All right, so we've introduced the board members. The board is pleased to have you here as one of our top candidates for superintendency at Benton Harbor Area Schools. All of the candidates will be asked the same questions and will go through the same process. The interview lasts 1 hour, so when we start, you have an hour. I'll be moderating the interview process. However, each board member will answer separate questions. And at the conclusion of the interview, you will have the opportunity to ask questions. So we'll leave 15 minutes for you to answer questions. If you want to defer, just allow us to continue to ask you questions. You can do that as well. So at this time, you have 3 to 5 minutes. Tell us about you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Dr. Larry Gray. I am currently the principal at East English Village High School in Detroit Public Schools Community District. I started my career in education in 1997 as a counselor at Star Commonwealth School for Boys. At that time, I did become familiar with Benton Harbor because I had a couple students in my group from Benton Harbor. So I won't say their names because they're probably adults and parents of the community at this time. And then from there, I worked at Battle Creek Public Schools as the director of workforce development. During that time, I developed a career, a passion for working with our special ed at-risk students by also working with the Workforce Development Board. I was recruited to the east side of Detroit to Harper Woods Community Schools as an assistant principal and also director of career and technical education. At the time, I became familiar and really working with challenging situations with a change in demographics. A lot of my teachers at the time were white, and a lot of my students were coming in on the east side as African Americans. So we worked a lot of strategies around improving student outcomes, especially at that time with the ACT and also the Michigan Merit exam at that time. Later on, I was recruited to Utica Community Schools as a principal there at International Baccalaureate Program. Spent some time there also working at Stevenson High School, where I was later recruited to Kansas City Public Schools. To a real challenging high school at the time. Central High School was one of the toughest high schools in Kansas City. And I was able to make a lot of gains in terms of having students achieve at grade level, increase the average ACT score at Central High School. And I was able to bring back programs like debate and robotics in order to really help students become enamored with the educational process, gave them something to look forward to. Then later I was promoted to director of secondary schools in Kansas City Public Schools because of the work that I did at Central High School. When I became director of secondary schools in Kansas City Public Schools, they gave me a bigger lens in order to help more students. I was able to put in a dropout prevention program, which helped us increase our graduation rate throughout Kansas City Public Schools. I was also able to work with our high school principals, secondary principals, and develop a PLC where principals were able to look at student data, talk about different interventions and strategies that was needed in order to help our school district move forward. Now I'm in Detroit Public Schools on the east side at one of the tough high schools there, having a lot of fun at East English Village, have a great group of students. And as you kind of seen some of the news, Detroit Public Schools is on the rise in terms of our student achievement, but more notably, we're talking about how things have kind of went awry when financial managers have been left in place in urban districts. And that's what it has attracted me to Ben Harbor area schools this evening. I think I'm a viable candidate for the superintendent position, given my vast experiences, education, and more importantly, my love for children. I think that I have something to offer.
Thank you. At this time, we'll start with the first question. I have that question. Describe your leadership style. Please give examples.
Sure. My leadership style, I try to be collaborative in working with the board and working with community members. But just from what I've read and some of the things I see, this is going to require a more transformational approach in Ben Harbor. I don't think we have the time to really mess around. We have to get down to business in terms of reestablishing our finances, improving student achievement. And the third thing is being able to recruit teachers and also maintain the quality teachers that we have here. So in those areas, you'll see me be more transformational in terms of really trying to get the job done. But given the nature of the business with the state, you'll see me become more collaborative and, trying to move forward and work with Dr. Rice, the current superintendent of education. And, I have some ideas about different foundations that we can work with in order to help with the finances as well.
Thank you, sir. Question number 2, Mrs. Crowder.
Good evening, how are you?
Good evening.
During the first year, how might you go about determining the strengths and weaknesses of our district? What specific steps would you take?
So during the first year, I would come in with a 90-day plan, but I would stretch it out to 120 days, where I have an opportunity to meet with various stakeholders and ask them about the district and some of the points of pride of Ben Harbor area schools. And then I would start to look at some of the more finite things like curriculum and instruction to figure out if we're teaching our students what's being measured on the test. One of the things that I've often found is that we may teach strategies at a different time. Teach different concepts at a different time than when they're measured on the test. So, for example, our students may get that concept out that they've already taken the test. So to make sure that there's some curriculum alignment with the step 5 and also with the SAT. And then within that 120-day plan, you can see me visiting various stakeholders, holding community meetings, and just talking with the community and being transparent about the district and kind of where we're at. Now, it's going to be a little bit different because you have the community engagement piece that's happening right now. So a lot of that information I'm going to be able to take from the community engagement piece and kind of help craft my 120-day plan for Ben Harbor area schools. But the things that you can count on me doing as the superintendent is being, 1, visible, 2, being accessible, and then the third thing is I'm going to be action-oriented in everything that I do. So I'll keep the board abreast on the action steps that I'm taking in order to engage our community, engage our students, and then also how I'm looking at this curriculum and instruction to improve student achievement. So those are the 3 areas that I'll be working on. But it'll piggyback to, once again, looking at the finances, being able to recruit and maintain quality people, and improving student achievement. So within those 120 days, that will be my area of focus, those 3 areas. And so that may also look like meeting with different foundations, the Kellogg Foundation, the Steelman Foundation, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So those type of people in order to get Ben Harbor the assistance that they need.
Thank you. Dr. Rush, you have question number 3. I'm sorry, I forgot that because I didn't change it on my list. So question number 3 goes to Ms. Buchanan.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gray, how would you build a good working relationship between the board and superintendent? Please say.
Sure. One of the things I've learned from Dr. Beatty in Detroit and also Dr. Fidel in Kansas City is the way that they structure the time that they meet with each board members, and then the way that they work with the board president to set the agenda. I've had a chance to sit in with Dr. Bedell when he's done that work. I have a good game plan, well, not a game plan, but a blueprint. So one of the things that I would do is provide weekly updates to the board. So you can expect to get a board packet probably every Friday. That's just outlining, just basically the general state of the district at that time. I'll work with the board president to kind of set the agenda, but it's important to have touch points. So there'll be opportunities for me to meet with each board member and kind of just talk about some of the things that their constituencies, I can't even talk, that they have concerns about. Then we'll work on a plan to address those as all. But just remember that we're all acting as one as a board, so there's really no individual agendas, but we all work as one in order to benefit our students.
Mrs. Seats, you have question number 4.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Could you please provide specific examples of how you have promoted educational programs utilizing your communication and public relations skills?
Sure. I had an opportunity to work in Kankakee School District 111 in Illinois, and the biggest charge I had from the superintendent was to establish an international baccalaureate program for middle school students, and also to revamp the AVID program. So those are 2 major initiatives. The International Baccalaureate Program gave all students an opportunity to learn in different ways and be exposed to rigorous content. And then the AVID program, they have a long history of being able to work with the middle of the road student that has college potential and then help them get to college. So those are 2 programs that I was able to ignite at the junior high school that propel those students into high school and college as well.
Mr. Bradley, you have question number 5.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How would you communicate your vision of quality? Oops, wrong one, sorry. What would you do to build trust and promote confidence in the superintendency and in the district? Describe specific actions you would take.
Well, as part of my 120-day entry plan, some of that will be outlined with the group, with the different stakeholders that I will meet with. One of the things as a superintendent, well, as a building level principal, and also that I'll do as a superintendent, is have a superintendent advisory group. And that's going to help me keep a pulse on all the things that's happening in the school with my students. That will provide them opportunity and accessibility to me. And we can just talk about the general status of the school. The other piece in terms of involving the community, I love having a parent advisory group to help me out as well. And the parent advisory group, they're going to tell me things that I don't see when visiting the schools. They'll tell me about, hey, this is an outstanding teacher. These are outstanding projects or things that we may struggle with or need help with. So being able to hear those different voices would help me out in terms of being transparent as a superintendent, but also being accessible. And one of the things that I would also do is put out some monthly communication. And within that monthly communication, I'm going to talk about just the status of the district and where we're going. And then I'm going to tie it back to those 3 things where I talk about being able to recruit and maintain quality teachers, also being transparent about our finances. So there's going to be other people that's going to be able to help us out with the finance piece. And then the third thing is improving student achievement. So as part of that, being transparent, just being able to talk about this is our data in step 5, this is where we're at, this is how our students have performed on the SAT, and being able to put resources in place to help our students do better.
Thank you.
Question number 6, Ms. Buchanan.
Mr. Gray, how would you communicate your vision of quality education for the future to the boards, staff, and community? Please specify steps you would take.
So in part of developing that vision for Ben Harbor area schools, one of the things that I would ask is that we have a board retreat to talk about it, because it's not my vision, it's a shared vision between the board and then shared out with the school and the community at that point. That way everyone can kind of be an advocate for this vision. And my vision is pretty simple, being a champion for children at this point. Given everything that's going on in Benton Harbor, we really need people that's going to galvanize around being a champion for children. And so that's my vision in terms of what I set out to do if I'm the superintendent of Benton Harbor Area Schools. It's very simple. I want to be a champion for children.
Mr. Watson, you have question number 7.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
What one decision that you made in the last year or so would you reverse or at least reconsider and modify?
It's more of a personal decision. I have a son that attends Oak Park River Forest High School, and he had an opportunity to graduate a full year early from high school. And just as a parent, I had some concerns that I would have a now 17-year-old son on a college campus. And I think that I made the decision for him to go back to high school and finish out his senior year. But if I could reverse that decision, he's a little bit unhappy with some of the rule changes and things that he kind of don't like now. So I would probably look for a happy medium in order to, have him away at someone's college or university while still being able to be successful and understand that there's a little age gap there. But that's the personal piece.
Question number 8, I have that. If there were a conflict between different community groups in the district over a particular issue, how would you resolve it? Please cite examples.
Sure. You try to always look for the win-win, and it's going to go back to that vision piece of being a champion for children. And so looking at the decision or what the conflict is about, how is it going to help us be a champion for children? Now, I'll give you probably one of my toughest examples of dealing with a conflict. In Kansas City, my school was polluted by gang issues, and students, they had trouble getting to school, being identified. And I made the decision to put them in school uniforms. That way they ain't got to worry about wearing red or blue, dealing with the Crips or Bloods. And so we made it very simple: tan pants, a central shirt, a gray central shirt. And let's just talk about how I came to that decision. I seen an issue and I wanted to fix it. The steps that I missed was actually engaging the parents and talking to them about the benefit of not having to go out and buy Polo, Tommy Hilfiger, Nike, and all those things that young people wear today. That I would actually be saving the money. I worked with a vendor also that was going to give them a steep discount on the uniform shirts and being able to order the khaki pants. So I had to take a step back as a leader and re-engage my parents and talk about the benefits of it. And once I engaged them, they were able to be very supportive of it. And then even with my groups of students, going through and doing small group meetings with them and just talking about the benefit of us all looking the same and acting the same. And because when I tell them, when I notice that you guys are wearing what you want to wear, you seem to be out of character. Uniforms help us out in terms of behavior, and nobody's having to worry about the stress of buying the name brand clothes. So that's, one decision on how I had to kind of rethink my approach and then go back to the parent engagement piece as well as the student engagement piece.
Thank you. Question 8, Vice President Crowder. Question 9, I apologize.
All right. You've answered part of this question already when you were talking about the business community, but you can repeat it as for this answer. What has been your success as a school leader in partnering with higher education and the business community? Mention the partnerships that have developed as a result of your leadership.
Sure. In terms of partnership with higher education, currently now I have an outstanding partnership with Wayne County Community College to provide dual enrollment at my high school. And one of the things I quickly realized in working with the partnership was that dual enrollment needs to happen for my students during the course of the school day. They have jobs, they have brothers and sisters to pick up. So first semester, I didn't quite get it, but second semester, I made the transition to include that dual enrollment during the actual school day. In terms of working with the business community, I always do a good job of getting out and being an advocate for my district. So I currently have a couple businesses on the east side of Detroit. One of the McDonald's there, the manager's done a great job of providing incentives around student attendance for us. I think in order for students to do well, they have to come to school. And so attendance is one of the things that I've talked about with my high school students. So that's one example in terms of being able to work with the business community. One thing that I'm really proud of was the work in Kansas City at Central High School, where I was able to use my relationship with a local radio station to develop a little teen talk show. And what it did for my students, they were able to come up with the topics that they were going to talk about. And when we had the teen talk show, it gave them a world of confidence. It gave them a sense of pride about Central High School. And so those are just, small examples of how just that little piece right there has really helped my students with confidence and being able to take the next step in terms of public speaking and then moving on to college. Other examples of partnerships with colleges. One of the things I always try to do is adjunct professor wherever I'm at, and with me being a graduate of Western Michigan University, I wouldn't see that as a problem, being able to help them, help us recruit recruit teachers as well, and then provide the next step in terms of a master's degree for some of our teachers as I kind of look down the line, because you want to make sure that you educate the teachers as well so they can do a better job of teaching the students. So I would look to capitalize on the relationship with Western Michigan University, because I know that I've taken some classes here at the campus off of, they do have a campus here as well, so.
All right, so question 10, Secretary Rush.
So, every district, no matter how carefully we plan and assess, will have problems that pop up that we hadn't expected. How would you make sure that you're always staying in touch with what's going on and able to reprioritize?
So I think what I hear you talking about is Murphy's Law. Anything that will go wrong. So one of the things I do is I keep students at the focus of the decisions that I make. So when you have certain things pop up, you can't let them take you away from the vision of being a champion for children. So I try to deal with the issue at hand. I'm very direct in dealing with issues. And then at the end of then I ask, how is this, I go back to how is this helping us be a champion for children? So I continue to keep a laser-like focus in terms of moving forward, but I don't sidestep issues, I deal with them directly.
Question 11, Mrs. Seats.
Okay, so how would you ensure that your visibility in our district is there? What would you do specifically to ensure that you're visible?
So one of the things that has helped me be successful in terms of administrator, both at central office and at the building level, is being able to support students beyond the school day. So it's important that if there's a rival game in football against Ben Harbor and Battle Creek Central, that I'm present at the game and accounted for. That's why I'm able to build some of those informal relationships with parents. And then also when I'm visiting schools, that's how I'm able to encourage students. So I say, hey, you see how well you played, on Friday night, you just take the same energy and use it in the classroom to be successful. And I also think that's a great way to build community, having people galvanize around different extracurricular activities. Now I use the football example as one, because I've attended a Battle Creek Central and Ben Harbor football game. I've also had the privilege of attending the Battle Creek Central and Ben Harbor basketball game and couldn't figure out why the guy kept playing that cowbell. But as a superintendent, you have to be visible, you have to be accessible. Those are just small ways. Other things that I'll do, It'll be outlined in my 120-day plan. So I'll do donuts with dads and muffin with moms. People may not eat donuts and muffins, so I'll come up with another creative term, but have an opportunity for the community to have a touch point with me. And then one of the other things that I'm doing as it relates to just being an advocate for increasing enrollment is to sponsor junior high school kids or elementary kids doing high school events. Then also having our high school student athletes connect with our elementary and middle school students as a role model. So that gives students kind of a buy-in, and they also see their future within those athletes. So.
Mr. Bradley, you have question 12?
As superintendent, how would you delegate authority while maintaining accountability? Please explain the actions you would take in detail.
Sure, I think the things that I would delegate authority on would be just as a new superintendent, it would be small things like I said, my constituents up for success. For example, my business manager, they went over the numbers. They tell me that we have a balanced budget, then I'll let them present the budget to the board. They're setting them up for success. But the hard decisions as it relates to student achievement, if we're piloting a certain curriculum series that's going to help us meet our achievement goals, then those are the type of things that I would make the tough decision on. Because I don't want them to say, well, Dr. Gray took that decision and pushed it off to the curriculum director. No, I want to get out there in front and make those decisions. I have a very simple philosophy in terms of really being the first leader and learner on behalf of students. When it comes to student achievement, I have to be the biggest advocate. I have to find ways for our students to receive interventions, receive top-notch instruction, and be successful in the classroom. And that can play out in a variety of ways, from me actually visiting elementary classrooms and reading to the students, to actually having a rap session with high school students going over their grades, talking about, okay, we know that you need a 1060 to meet a 1060 on the SAT, you scored an 800. Okay, so what do we need to put in place to help you be successful? And just in researching, I want to say Ben Harbor probably had a 768 on the SAT score. Now, you're only 200 points off from the state average of a 985. So we're right there. I think with the right monitoring, the right instruction, that I can definitely, help push our students over the top.
Secretary Rush?
So, you've done your research about Benton Harbor, and you know that we have had a really tough year. We were challenged by the governor, who wanted to close the high school or even close the whole district. And part of that was on academics, and part of that was on the deficit and the budget. So our district has been in severe deficit for the past 8 years. And our viability has to be balanced between meeting both these goals. So what would be your role in budgetary and financial processes here in the district?
I think in terms of the budget, it is what it is. You guys are $18 million in debt. When I was doing my research, I think they're taking $700 per student, $700 out of the per student foundation of $8,000. And if I do the math correctly, that's $1,300,000 and some a year. It's going to take some creative thinking, some outside the box thinking. So that's why earlier I alluded to being able to bridge a connection with Kellogg, being able to bridge a connection with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, being able to work with the Skillman Foundation. So this is the one where I would kind of flip my role as a superintendent, be more like a college president that has to actually get out and fundraise for the university. So I would be looking for ways to fundraise and fund initiatives that don't hit the general fund, and then figure out another way that we can address that 18 million. We've done some creative things. I shouldn't say they've done some creative things in Detroit to address their debt. And they're gonna put some things out in 2021 as a vote to the people of Detroit. And I can see us looking at the program, the plan that Dr. Dede has set for, to kind of benefit, kind of on a small version, do the same thing here in Mid-Harbor.
Mr. President, can I ask a follow-up question
Yes,
directly related to this? To budget?
yes.
So I really, really don't want to put you in a trick box here,
Okay.
but you've twice mentioned the Skillman Foundation. And maybe if you'd looked like one step deeper, you would have found out the governor wanted us to, the Skillman Foundation, to come in and turn us into a charter district.
Okay.
So what is your experience on that? What's your take on the whole idea? Because we've had people come in, including the governor, and told us they're gonna solve all our problems by getting the Skillman Foundation to come in. And we know what that means, taking away the local control, making all kinds of different cuts, et cetera. So have you worked with them directly? What's your?
So my only interaction with Skillman Foundation is when they've offered grants, and we've been able to write and receive grants. In terms of them coming in, they've never come into Detroit Public Schools and done anything like that. So I'm looking at grant opportunities that they would offer, not where they would come in and do any cut or be a part of the district. I'll be very clear on my position. I'm not for charter schools. I work in a public school. I want to take all the kids I can from charter. That's been our mission in Detroit Public Schools Community District right now. So I'm not in favor of charter. If you're looking for somebody that's in favor of charter, I'm not the person. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Watson, you have question number 14.
What has been your experience in determining both short and long range district goals? And secondly, who should be involved in that planning?
So in terms of short and long range district goals, my experience has been I've worked on subcommittees in terms of developing a strategic plan in Kansas City. When Dr. Padell came, we went through the whole strategic plan process. So that had both some short-term goals and also long-term goals that we were going to address with the district. And I'll give you the short-term goals was very simple. We were talking about what we wanted to improve in terms of student achievement and attendance and behavior. So we had programs like My Brother Keeper, where we paired students up with a caring mentor to help them cut down on some of the behavior issues, and then also address some of the attendance issues. In terms of academics, we took a real hard stand and really been able to data mine and talk to students about this is your performance and what do you need to do next in order to increase your performance. Now, it was our experience that not a lot of people have spent time talking to students about this is the brutal reality, this is where you're at. You know, you can't have all F's on your report card and expect to go to Michigan State and play basketball. So out of those conversations, we were able to help students kind of refocus and give them a voice where they can be the CEO of their own education. In terms of long-term goals, we started to talk about student enrollment, where we want to be as a district by 2020. We also looked at our facilities and addressed some of those in the long-term goals in terms of, if we needed a roof at one building, if we needed to do some maintenance at another building, which building did we just, need to figure out if we need to move kids to a different building. So that's part of the long-term goal. And see, how I see it working here in Mid-Harbor is that we know that student achievement is the short-term goal that we have to kind of fix right away. We know that we have to have an answer to our finances kind of right away. So we really have short-term goals and long-term goals that need to be the same. We want to probably look at by 2025 where we like to be in terms of student achievement, in terms of being able to stabilize our enrollment as a district, the goal should be not to lose any more students. What do we need to do to fight to keep our students here? Also, in terms of quality teachers, what do we need to do to fight to keep our quality teachers here? So part of that short-term goal could be, if we're looking at any incentives for good teachers to stay in the building. Then the long-term goal, I would like for us to start thinking about offering some type of educational piece for them where they can go on and get a master's or ed specialist. And that's only helping our students out when our teachers are well trained.
I have question number 15. What experience have you had in working within a community of diverse elements, such as a socioeconomic and educational levels, culture, race, and ethnicity? Please explain in detail.
Okay, I have several. I have several examples. I would probably say the one that would be most glaring is, where I'm at now. I'm on the east side of Detroit. I butt up to Grosse Pointe. So if you know anything about Grosse Pointe, their houses go from 400,000 to millions. And so my students, their neighborhood look a little bit different than Grosse Pointe. So I have that experience in Detroit. Kansas City is no different in terms of the neighborhood that my high school set in. I have the highest crime zip code. I have the highest crime rate in my zip code. I have the highest violence. So I was able to help my students stay focused on the end goal, which was graduating from high school. And I used a lot of partnerships to help us get there. From dealing with having the police come in and have the first contact where it's a caring piece, because that's what my students needed in Kansas City. I don't want them to have a negative contact with police officers. So that's been kind of my experience. I would say my whole career, all of my districts have been diverse with the exception of Utica. It was more of a cake eater district where I had money, where we were having an IB program and things like that. But every other district I've worked in, we've been right there struggling to make sure that our students have the best education possible.
Thank you. Question 16, Vice President Crowder.
Mr. Gray, what would you do to positively impact student achievement? Discuss in detail successful efforts to narrow or close identified achievement gaps in your current district.
Sure. I would say probably the biggest thing is, in order to really narrow and even close the student achievement gap, is to start having those data conversations and be very focused on curriculum instruction. So I'll start with the data conversation. Being able to display data on the wall, so when you walk into a school, you will see a data board talking about, we've just taken an interval assessment, this is how we've done. And so we're going to be able to track that data to kind of predict how our students will score in the end. The piece of data that we're using in Detroit Public Schools Community District right now is called Academic Approach. It's aligned to M-Step 5, and it's also aligned to the SAT. And so we've just taken our first assessment and we tiered our students out, and we're having a conversation with them about, okay, this is where you scored and this is where you need to score. What do you think you need to do? And students are coming up with some great strategies. They're saying, for example, I need to spend a little bit more time reading because when I was reading that passage, I really didn't get it all. So we're using some of the instructional strategies like talking to the text, where they're able to go in and annotate. So that would be one example. Now, the one where I've seen people struggle just across the state of Michigan, and we're still trying to figure it out, is the whole math piece. So I know that there's going to be some extra work needed around math. So I want to say, and looking at the data, Ben Harvard was probably on the M-Step 5, probably the lowest area that they scored, but it was consistent. No one scored high in math. So being able to find a math program or a math curriculum that works for our students. That may also mean being able to work with our teachers and kind of rethink the way that we teach math. One thing that I've done, especially at the high school level, is offer a double block of algebra, because if students get the algebra foundation, it tends to help them be successful with the rest of the sequence of math. So, and having that double block of math at the high school level, the first is strictly content where they're just teaching the math subject. Then, in that second block of math, that's when they're reteaching it a little bit different. You know, you have students going up to the board and they're talking about, they're working through the problem and then they're saying, okay, this is where I got stuck at. And so now they get an opportunity for their peers to say, no, you need to, carry the one and not subtract the two. So now we're all learning as a group and we're learning math in a different way. So those are some of the things that I've used to really close the achievement gap. But the biggest piece on closing the achievement gap is going to be with monitoring the data, being able to look at it and predict how our students will do. And that's one of the things that you can expect in the board packet from me. Anytime that we take an interim assessment, I'm going to talk about this as a district. This is how we did. This is where you can expect us to be in the spring test. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Dr. Rush?
Please share with us what you believe to be your major strengths and also weakness.
I think my major strength is I'm going to be able to come in and hit the ground running in terms of knowing what to do as a superintendent, kind of the nuts and bolts. You'll have your Friday packet on Friday. You'll have all the things that I've discussed within my first 90 days. The thing that I would say that's probably going to, the thing that I'm still working on as an up-and-coming superintendent is just the politics. I struggle sometimes with the politics and the political games that people play because right now we're not in a situation where it can help us. If I want to be a champion for kids, some things I may have to lean on the board and say, hey, that's political, it has nothing to do with our children. And then just talk about how would you like me to address it as the superintendent? Because I know how Dr. Larry Gray would want to address it when it doesn't relate to our children, and it's getting in the way of progress. But I want to make sure that I'm speaking in lockstep with the board.
Mrs. Seats, question 18.
How would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public but educationally necessary? And please give us some actual examples.
Sure. I think as a high school principal and director of secondary schools, one of the unpopular decisions that I had to make was when students did not meet the requirement for graduation, but parents still felt that they were entitled to march in graduation. And our superintendent was very clear in saying that marching and graduation mean that you're done, completely done. Like it's not for show, saying that I gotta come back and complete the class. No, it's the fact that you're done. And so as a director of secondary school, I used to always go around and when they had the senior meeting, I used to have that conversation with the seniors and their parents and saying, hey, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you have so many credits to accumulate in order to graduate. If you do not meet those, that means that you're not a graduate of Kansas City Public Schools. So you will not be walking across that stage. And every year, from a couple particular schools, I would have that issue of students not meeting graduation requirement, but they still would like to participate in the commencement ceremony. And the answer was simply no. And some people thought that, hey, because, they've done it this way in the past, I told them it's not acceptable, we won't be doing it that way.
Mr. Brad?
If you were to talk to your greatest critic in your district and or community, what would their criticisms be of you?
They would say that I'm always willing to take a chance on a student. I have some students that I probably should have sent up for, we have what's called alternative placement. And I've been very adamant with my assistant principals and my deans about being restorative and giving students an opportunity. I don't think when students make a mistake or when they make bad decisions that we get that student with that bad decision and label them with that. I think that we deserve, that student deserves an opportunity to kind of redeem themselves. And so I've had a couple of students that made bad decisions and I didn't give up on them. I continue to stand in there and be a champion for children. And I got hit with the question was, Dr. Gray, why didn't you send the student up for AT? You know what I'm saying? We're working with the student. I want to give them an opportunity to redeem themselves.
Thank you.
All right, so at this time, it's 7:45, and we wanted to afford you at least 15 minutes to ask the board any questions that you may have.
Sure.
If that is your desired wish, if not, the board will continue to ask questions that are given to us by Ray Associates. But right now, the floor is yours if you want to ask questions of the board.
Sure. One thing that I was uncertain of in doing my research, and I need a little direction. Some of the things that they talked about was making a decision to close the high school in the 2021 school year. Is that accurate or inaccurate?
Well, so I think that was coming from the governor's office. That was one of the suggestions.
Right.
Was to leave our elementary portions of the schools open and to close our high school. So that was correct, but that's not on the table anymore.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up for me, because they didn't come back and say any different. And as a new superintendent walking in to the district, what can I expect from the board?
Board members, you have the floor, whoever wants to answer first.
I know. What you can expect from the board is that we'll be, working with the superintendent to make sure that we have a vision and goals outlined to what we want to achieve in the district. And also making sure that you get your feet on the ground. We'll also be making sure that you get acclimated to the community.
So we have 4 very active combined board and district committees. So we have curriculum, finance, physical plant, and human resources. And one of the board members is the chair of each of those committees. And we have, so like 3 board members plus staff, plus the superintendent. You would attend all of those meetings, and the staff provides all the staff support. So we're, the board members are here at the high school. This is where the district offices are, upstairs on the 3rd floor. So the board is here in the district office every week, if not sometimes 2 or 3 times a week. And we have, long complicated history, but the board just regained control in July. And since then, we have been very active on working on things together. So you would, we're not a distant board, we're actively involved. Also, I think everybody on the board but me is a grad of Benton Harbor High School, so there's a lot. No?
No, I've been here.
Okay.
I've just been here
40 years. But anyway, there's a lot of passion and a lot of commitment to the schools and to the students. I think everybody agrees with what you said, that everybody on the board here is a champion for children.
And you'll be working closely with all of us, so we'll get to know you and all your business and everything.
That's not true.
Well, Ms. Rush is the nosiest of all.
Oh,
I would say from my standpoint, as a board member, we request that the superintendent do their job. First and foremost, right? Communicate with the board, right? Because at the end of the day, where certain policies afford you decision-making, other policies don't, right? Though some policies you gotta come back to the board for finance and things like that, right? So we wanna make sure that we all follow the policy and police ourselves together, right? So we can turn around this district and make sure that we give our kids the best opportunity that they can have.
Well, I just think that, you just really just come in and have some good values. Gotcha. Respect this community as if you've been here all your life. And just be a part of our community and learn us. Thank you.
You got time.
Testing, okay. Mr. Gray, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I worked for Ben Howard School 32 years, and I've been on the board once before, and I'm here now. But this board right here now is not perfect, but sometimes when I want to ask a question, and somebody else will ask that question, so I don't have to answer. I mean, I don't have to ask it. They're together. But this is the main thing. When you come in here, you got to realize you're the superintendent. Although this may be your second day, your first day here, but you are the boss. And you're gonna have them running to you, tell you what you should do, what that should do. That's why I pointed my finger at you when you came in. You the man. If you the boss. So you got our kids need an education. I get tired of going to Smileys, Save a Lot. When you in school, I don't know. You know, keep them in school. They need to graduate. And if you ain't gonna do something, we need parents. The parents got to get involved in it. That's no help anybody. I'm gonna say this. I got a 4-year-old great grandson. He just turned 4. He told me, he said, "Grand, I need the remote control." I said, "No, I'm not gonna watch no Ninja Turtles and all that crap." He said, "I'd rather do that than watch the Young and the Restless." I said, "How you know that Young and the Restless? How you can't read that word?" I can read it, but I heard you on the phone talking to your friend about Victor Newman. So they pay attention. And that's not. So we need love. We need some understanding. We need people to come together and stop all this fighting. You know what I'm saying? Sit in the school board. If you get elected, hey, I don't know how it's gonna come out. But you got to remember, you got 7 board members, right? You only have 1 boss, and that's gonna be me. Thank you.
Well, so you still, it's 7:52, you still have, you close your interview at 8 o'clock, so.
I don't have any further questions.
Do you have any closing statements for the board?
I'm excited for the opportunity. Thank you for interviewing me this evening. I'm elated. I don't want to say too much, but on a serious note, I really believe I have what it takes to help Ben Harmon get to the next level. In terms of, I'll go back to my 3 points that I talked about, really being able to recruit and retain quality teachers, addressing the issues of finance, with the exception of the skill and foundation, and then also improving student achievement. I think that I have a long history of being able to improve student achievement, not just in suburban school districts, but all throughout Kansas City, and so forth. So if given an opportunity, believe me, I'm excited to be visible and a viable part of this community. And most of all, a champion for children. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so the board, we have 7 minutes until the next interview. And your snacks are behind the wall.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Appreciate it.
So your snacks are behind the wall.
You got the stuff back.
Some real fruit. Okay, let me do it right. Let me get all of it.
All right. So we're getting ready to start our interview. Would everyone please turn their microphones on? And for you, Mr. Townsend, welcome. I'll just do some housekeeping first. I'd like to introduce the board members. I'll start with my right. We have next to me, Board Secretary, Dr. Rush. Next to her is Trustee Bradley. And next to him is Mr. Darwin Watson.
How you doing?
To my left, we have Vice President Crowder. Next to her is Treasurer Seats. And then last but not least, Trustee Lou Buchanan. All right, and so the board is pleased to have you as one of the top candidates for superintendency at Benton Harbor Area Schools. All of the candidates will be asked the same questions and will go through the same process. And your interview is gonna last for 1 hour. And I'm gonna take my phone out, make sure we start properly. And we're gonna start with your interview at 8:11. I'll be moderating the interview process. However, the entire board will be asking questions. And at the conclusion of the interview, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions. So when we get to a quarter till, I'm gonna afford you that opportunity to ask the board questions, okay? And so you have 3 to 5 minutes to give the board an introduction of you.
Okay, test. Thank you, everyone, for having me here. It's a privilege and a pleasure. I do want to say I'm a huge fan of this board. Had an opportunity to see the hard work that you guys did to, you know, build the capacity of Benton Harbor area schools. I know you guys got some gut-wrenching news this summer. The way the community came out and fought was very, very inspiring. What you probably don't see on my resume is that this is the work that I do. Being a graduate of the Howard University School of Education, which is a nationally ranked school of education, it specifically focuses on urban education and school turnaround. I also have a certification from the Harvard Graduate School of Education Turnaround School Leaders Program. This is what I do. This is what I train for. This is what I study for. I hope that I'm able to show you what I'm able to do to support your district. I know you have a lot of support from your current interim superintendent. I know she's a phenomenal woman. I think I'd be a great addition to the team. But whatever happens, I truly, truly wish the best for Benton Harbor area schools, and I know you guys will be successful.
Thank you. Let me get to the questions. And I have question number 1, sir. Describe your leadership style and give the board examples.
My leadership style is very collaborative. An example of my collaboration, when I was a high school principal in the state of Massachusetts, let me give you a little history of the Southbridge Public School. We were one of 3 districts taken over by the state. We were under what was called receivership. So I know we use the term emergency manager here. We were under receivership there. I applied to be the principal of the high school. Out of 35 candidates, I was selected as the top choice. I was coming by way of Washington, D.C. If I have an opportunity to share my transition from D.C. to Massachusetts to Michigan, I'd love to share that with you. I don't want you to think I'm just hopping across the country. That's not the case. There's a true story behind that. And there was a lot of low morale amongst the teaching staff there. Specifically, not a lot of people wanted to work in the Southbridge public school system. And we had a lot of disciplinary issues, discipline problems, low academic achievement over the years. And what I did was work with our union leaders as well as teacher leadership and department chairs and instructional leadership teams to create something called a TLT, which was a teacher leadership team. And that was to support with any initiative that we wanted to roll out in the school. We wanted to ensure that we had all stakeholder support and to ensure it wasn't just top down. That's a specific leadership that I can give. Also, as my role as an assistant superintendent at Wayne Westland, I build capacity all the time with collaborative leadership. Specifically, we were the only department in the state of Michigan whose department is called Climate, Culture, and Social Emotional Learning. My title is Assistant Superintendent of Climate, Culture, and Social Emotional Learning. And I was able to put together advisory teams, action committee teams to put a plan in place to support the discipline issues that the district said that they had. And ultimately, we were able to see major reductions in out-of-school suspensions, office referrals, major incidents such as fighting and assault, as well as academic achievement in some areas of mathematics and English language arts.
Thank you, sir. Question number 2, Vice President Crowder.
Dr. Townsend, during the first year, how might you go about determining the strengths and weaknesses of our district, our school district? What specific steps would you take?
Strength and weaknesses within my first year, the first thing I want to do is listen. I do know that there's some great things happening in Benton Harbor area schools, no doubt. I would like to know what is working, what has worked in the past, take advantage of the institutional leadership or institutional knowledge that's here in Benton Harbor, and listen and learn. Find out any and everything I can find out about each one of your campuses, strengths amongst your teachers, and put a plan in place to get better. See what your strategic plan is. See where you have the gains, where things are working in your strategic plan, where are there areas of growth. Looking at the programs that you have in place and seeing what the academic return on investment is of those programs to ensure that we're in the right direction for academic achievement.
Thank you, Ms. Buchanan. We have question number 3.
I don't know what that, I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
How would you build a good working relationship between the board and the superintendent? Please give me an example.
Well, I do know if chosen as the superintendent of Benton Harbor area schools, I work at the pleasure of the board. The first and foremost, I would love to just build a relationship with the board, go on board retreats, stay in constant communication with the Board of Education here. I know that you guys have a vested interest in the district. I know that you work very hard to ensure that the needs of your constituents are being met. I work at the pleasure of the Board of Education. We should be a mastermind alliance. That's the number one thing when it comes to superintendent is the superintendent-school board relation. I vow to be extremely intentional and strategic with working with the board and also navigating that political landscape, finding out what the major needs are and wants of the Board of Education and the greater community, and working my best to achieve those goals.
Mrs. Seats, question number 4.
Good evening, how are you? Okay, could you please provide some specific examples of how you have promoted educational programs, utilizing your communication and your public relations skills?
Yes. Educational programs. So when I came to Wayne Westland Community School District, which is Western Wayne County, it's about 2.5 hours from here, it's metropolitan Detroit. What was new to the district was the implementation of restorative practices and paying attention to social and emotional learning. When I came in as a man of one and I was tasked with building a department, ultimately we're a department of 30, climate and culture coaches, executive director of support services, director of support services, the special education department. I supervise all of the alternative education programs, early childhood programs, in addition to our career technical program. And no one knew what climate and culture was. People said, what is climate and culture? What is the social emotional learning? What is this kumbaya? I was able to show them the data and research that says, hey, listen, you can have Albert Einstein in the classroom, but if kids running around, jumping over desks, not paying attention to the instructor, you won't teach anything. The goal is to set that environment. As a high school principal, I partnered with Safe and Civil Schools, which was a positive behavior intervention program based out of Portland, Oregon, that I used in the District of Columbia. When I brought that to the high school, what we were able to do was to reduce arrest rates by 70%, reduce suspensions by 60%. And it was not like we were just keeping kids in and not spending. we had alternatives to suspension, like restorative practices, and doing that with true fidelity, not suspending to delay the behavior, but restoring the behavior through restorative practices, working very close with our resource officer and use them as a counselor and tag team, working with our young people. With regards to community relations, I would love if you had an opportunity to go to my district site that I'm on now and click on my department's page, and you can see all of the videos that I produce that go on all of our social media platforms to give specific, relevant examples of what parents can do at home to support their young people with regards to what the expectations are of the school. In addition to that, we also send out a weekly newsletter, and my department gives all types of tips, articles, and best practices to support academic achievement.
Mr. Bradley, question number 5.
Good evening again. What would you do to build trust and promote confidence in the superintendency, also in the district? Describe specific actions you would take.
You see this pen right here? Most of you, if you don't see it, you probably want to know what it says. It says Veritas et Utilitas. That's Latin for truth and service. That's the motto of my university, Howard University, where I'm a 3-time graduate. Everything that I've done has been through truth and service. My biggest strength has been trusting relationships. I don't play games with people. I truly don't. I really believe in hiring people and allowing smart people. I don't tell smart people what to do. You allow them to do their job and you hold them accountable to the goals. Having the confidence, walking in the superintendent role, you have to not only do it with true fidelity, but you have to be an executive leader, someone that can navigate that political landscape. I know that you're working with the Michigan Department of Treasury, as well as the Department of Education, the treasurer that's here from the state side, as well as the Department of Education, someone that can navigate that political landscape from the superintendent seat and bridge those relationships and bridge those gaps and work collaboratively with the city manager, your sheriff, or chief of police. I know that you have a new school board member who's a former city manager, if I'm not mistaken, but just high-level people building those relationships and trusting those relationships and that institution knowledge and becoming a mastermind alliance to push forward the vision and mission of the Board of Education as well as the district. And also in researching, I'm not sure if I was able to find a strategic plan that's in place, but working collaboratively with the Board of Education, the education leaders in Benton Harbor to put that strategic plan in place and move forward together as a team, holding each other accountable, but not being punitive, being progressive with intervention, because it's hard to find human capital in education. It's a teacher shortage across the country, across the state, and I know you're having a problem here. I would assume with getting highly qualified, opportunity to go to the next round, give some more specific examples.
Mrs. Buchanan, you have question number 6.
How would you communicate your vision of quality education for the future to the board, staff, and community? Please specify steps you would take.
Communicate the vision to the board. After we collaboratively come up with a mission and vision statement for the new decade that we're walking into, the goal is to not only have coffees with superintendents and pastries with principals, but make sure you hit those ministerial alliances, find out what the local business community is here. I'm not sure if you have a Benton Harbor Rotary Group or a Rotary Club, the Lions Club, Goodfellas, all the different organizations that believe in the philanthropic opportunities, connecting with those, getting on those meetings, agendas, and share. When I was in Southbridge as a high school principal, I always spoke at the Lions Club, at the Italian Club. I always spoke at the Rotary meetings and shared the mission and vision of our district. We were one of the lowest performing school districts in the state of Massachusetts, and I preached it and preached it and preached it, and we're in the papers in Massachusetts of parents saying, you know what, we're not going to that charter school down the street. We want to go back to Southbridge High School, because they got a good vision over there. And it wasn't just talk, it was action. If you take a close look at my resume, you will see the needle has moved everywhere I've been, from an assistant principal in the District of Columbia to a principal at a high school in Massachusetts. By the way, Massachusetts is the highest performing state in the country. DC Public Schools, the fastest improving urban school district in the country. I had the privilege and pleasure of working along some very, very high performing talented educators who brought those practices even here to Wayne Westland, if you look at the specific discipline in Wayne Westland, in March, I gave a presentation to our Board of Education and said, let me give you an update from when I started to what the data says now. Across 11,000 students is what we have in Wayne Westland, about 10,500, 11,000 students. We reduced fighting and assaults by 25%. Out of school suspension, 25%. Bus suspension, 60%. Alternatives to suspension, restorative practices was our third most used alternative to suspension. Men lie, women lie, numbers do not lie.
There you go.
Mr. Watson, do you have question number 7?
Good evening. What one decision that you made in the last year or so would you reverse or at least reconsider and modify?
A decision made a year or so ago, in Wayne Westland, let me think specifically of something that's pretty high level. Like many other districts in Michigan and also Southeast Michigan, we are losing students. And we have a district of roughly 10,500 students. The data says we're losing 300 students per year. And our teachers were frozen for the last 10 years on their contract. By the grace of God, we had the opportunity to ratify all 9 of our contracts and bargaining unions. And with that, we sort of have a structural deficit, meaning we're still not getting any more money coming in, but we're paying more money out because we're able to put teachers back in those steps. I think that zero-based budgeting process, being more intentional about that, because right now we're amending budgets right now to ensure that we don't have that structural deficit and making major cuts at the secondary level between both of the high schools that I supervise, Wayne Memorial and John Glenn. By the grace of God, we were able to cut $500,000. We have a phenomenal executive director of finance who was able to sit down with our principals and really slice through those budgets. And across the entire 20 schools that we have, we were able to cut funding in all of those. So what I'm saying is probably being more intentional about the budgeting process, so you don't have to have those major amendments now.
Question number 8, if there were a conflict between different community groups in the district over a particular issue, how would you resolve it? And please cite examples that you have used.
Okay. When I think of this, I think of, so with leadership, everything is situational. And when you're talking about conflict between 2 specific groups, I think the goal is to find the common denominator between both and try to restore whatever harm that has been caused between the 2 groups. We know or at least my experience, have been working in large districts compared to small districts, things are more close to home. In a smaller district, you're more likely to have potentially a board member who have family members that work in the school, or you may have, an administrator who also have siblings or people that it's a small community. So you graduated from here, you work here. It's inevitable that there's some conflict that can occur. A specific example that I believe that I can give, when I was in Southbridge, and the reason why I'm using that Southbridge experience a lot is because we had 2,500 students and we had about 6 schools, very similar to Benton Harbor. And in that district, we had, let me give a specific, I'm trying to get it to be as drama-filled as possible, but we had our board president. They were, because we were taken over by the state, I know you guys had a CEO with Dr. Herrera, we had a receiver who made all of the decisions, and we had a board of education. But the board would always come into the schools, would always, pop into classrooms because, they had kids that were in the school, and they were also coaches that went through the system. But what I was able to do was to, because our superintendent was ultimately put on leave, I was able to build a relationship with that board president as the high school principal, especially when our superintendent went on leave, and to find out what his goals were for the high school, because that was their baby. They loved it. All their names were carved in stone there. I wanted to kind of respect the tradition and just hear them out. And I think it ultimately built a good relationship between the receivership and the Board of Education, because even though that board does not have decision-making power, there's a really good working relationship with the school administrators, because I felt I was supportive and upfront with breaking that ice of, it's not us versus you. Even though I'm the principal and I work here, I have a vested interest because I want to do this for a living, and I know you have a vested interest because you have kids that are in the district, you love the district, so finding that common ground.
Mrs. Crowder, question 9.
You've answered part of this already, but what has been your success as a school leader in partnering with higher education and the business community? And please mention the partnerships that have developed as a result of your leadership.
Yes, indeed. I'll talk as an assistant superintendent. I'll also talk as the principal. Principal first. When I went to Southbridge, Massachusetts, I was able to connect with the Southbridge Business Leaders Association, and I knew that we had an airport within that community. It was the Southbridge Regional Airport, and at that airport was a world-class flight school called the Aero Venture Institute. And I went to the institute. I would meet with a lot of the CEOs in that area. I met with Mr. George Allen, who was the CEO of the Aero Venture Institute, and I said, "Hey, man, this is a pipe dream. But what would it be if I was able to partner with you and we could start an aeronautical science program and our students can work on aeronautical science, work on a pilot's license, and have an opportunity to receive college credits at Adams State University, which was in the New England area." And if you look it up, we're on the front page of the Telegram, the Worcester Telegram paper of a partnership between the Southbridge High School, the Southbridge Regional Airport, and the Aero Venture Institute. We have a whole video on YouTube of how we were the phoenix rising from the dust, where we put 20 students into an aeronautical science program while young people were literally touching the sky, so to speak. That was what the dream. I said, our kids are going to be able to touch the sky. And we were able to get our young people up in those airplanes, working on aeronautical science. We bought a grant to put a flight simulator system in our school. We bought 4 of those by applying for that grant. That's going on right now as we speak. Additionally, I partnered with if you look in the literature that I provided with you, I put some newspaper articles in there just so you can see some stuff that came out. I partnered with Quinsigamond Community College to have manufacturing technology, cosmetology, health sciences, and it was machinery, culinary arts, and cosmetology. And that was a program. It was our pathway program because Southbridge was so off the beaten path. I was partnering with different institutions across the region. And one of the partnerships I was very proud of, I'd love to see how we can get this off the ground here, is I partnered with Worcester State University for the Call to Teaching initiative, because I knew it was extremely hard for me to hire teachers. I went a whole semester without a math teacher, substitute in there. We have parents and people come to board meetings and say, "Where are the teachers?" And it was extremely hard. But I thought about a long-term solution. I met with the president of Worcester State and the dean of the School of Education to say, "Hey, what would it be if I had students that said they want to go into the field of education and they want to go to Worcester State University? You give them tuition permission to go into the field of education, and we guarantee them an interview to get a job in this district." And that's the Call to Teaching initiative that we did with Worcester State University. As an assistant superintendent in Wayne Westland, we focus on climate, culture, and social emotional learning. Because the restorative practices was so new to that district, I was able to partner with Eastern Michigan University's 21st Century Grant Program to provide all of the professional developments to 20 of our climate and culture coaches. And we have a goal right now to have all of our principals, we have 20 principals, to become completely certified in restorative practices. That is our goal by the end of this fiscal year.
Dr. Welsh, you have question 10.
So in every district, if you come in and you do a strategic plan, the day you finish the strategic plan, some problem's gonna pop up that you hadn't thought of. So how are you going to stay in touch with what's really going on in the district? And how are you going to integrate those new problems that show up with your ongoing plans?
So thank you for that. With a strategic plan, one thing I preach to my principals to this day, I support all the secondary principals, middle school, high school, career tech, alternative school, in addition to our early childhood education. And what I tell them is that that strategic plan that we drafted and put together in the summertime, because every school have their own school improvement plan. I said that is a living and breathing document. And what that means is at all times through the school year, through formative assessments and some summative assessments, it's always checking the pulse to see where we are in our benchmark. Right now, my director of student services has a goal of reducing our truancy by 5%. So how do we do that? We look at attendance on a weekly basis in our 101 check-in and find out where the gaps are, what school, what segment of the community it is, and we put a laser-like focus on it, working with our principals. Additionally, right now, I shared the data where we were a year ago with our discipline data. Even right now, we're still on that trajectory, even heavy right now. Out of the 7 schools that I support, we only have 1 whose out-of-school suspensions are up. And and their strategic plan says, or their school improvement plan said they want to reduce that. So we're working with them. What we find out is, oh yeah, we did implement a new policy of no backpacks, no cell phones in that school. So to get that off the ground, there was a spike in referrals and a spike in penalties that came with that. But working with that team, that PBIS team, and ensuring that we're putting all of the interventions in place to ensure that we can level that out to still ultimately hit that goal that they set at the top of the year. And if we have to adjust that goal, you don't hit the 5%, you hit 4%, did we get better?
Mrs. Seats, you have question number 11.
Okay, how would you ensure your visibility in our district, and what would you do specifically?
Very specific is the 3 Bs. The 3 Bs, when I came up in educational leadership, one thing that I noticed is that you have to be visible, vocal, and vigilant. They got to see you, they got to hear you, and they got to feel you. Proximity. I preach that to my climate and culture coaches, to my principals, and to my assistant principals. Proximity is half the battle. You got to be around. You got to know what's going on. You have to always be self-aware and socially aware at all times. Situational leadership. My number 1 plan is to be at ministerial alliances, ministerial breakfasts, partnering with our faith-based organization, have standing meetings with the city manager, meeting regularly with our chief of police or sheriff, and not only preaching the good word of the Benton Harbor area schools, but also sharing with them our vision and saying, hey, what can we do to make Benton Harbor as a community better, period. We all have to be on the same page, sort of braided in this thing together to truly level up. Even meeting with the executive and CEO at Whirlpool and Maytag, hey, what visions do you have for the district of Benton Harbor? What goals do you have? Because we can produce some young people to work in those in them organizations that you have. So connecting everybody is no separation. I'm not a part of that. I'm about bringing it all together. And I know there's some competition, but that's okay. Benton Harbor can compete. They can compete. Athletics, arts, and academics. We can be excellent in all.
Question 12, Mr. Bradley.
As superintendent, how would you delegate authority while maintaining accountability? Please explain this in detail.
A way to delegate authority is, number 1, having a well-balanced organization chart with completely defined roles and responsibilities of everyone in the district. And depending on what your role and responsibility is, whatever comes across the superintendent's desk should be able to fall in one of those categories. And the goal is to not only disseminate it to the appropriate person, but to ensure that there's communication and closing the loop, not just giving it to anybody, kind of walking, checking up on that. Now, one thing that we do in our district right now, every week we submit status reports. Every last person that reports to me in my department submits me a status report on a weekly basis, and I compile that status report and give it to my superintendent. So they know at all times what is going on. They say, I didn't know about the threat at the school. Well, hey, it was in the November 15th status report. Let me take you to it, because I make sure I inform everything. I'm always in constant communication with our executive cabinet, which directly is in constant communication with our Board of Education. Again, you hire experts and you hire executives, and you don't micromanage. You hire smart people, then you allow them to be smart and do what you ask them to do, but you put those checks and balances in place to check it up. Say, hey, where are we at with that state report, the Office of Civil Rights complaint? Oh, okay, we closed that out? Okay, good. Really checking it off, getting it off our plate. Nothing needs to sit, nothing sits around. get it done, move on to it, because something is coming down the pipe. You already know something's gonna happen in February. That's just the way the world shapes. Something's gonna happen. It's not when is it gonna happen, it's how we're gonna handle it when it comes. You handle it, you move on to the next task.
Mr. Watson, you have question number 14.
You skipped 13.
I'm sorry. Dr. Rush, I apologize. Dr. Rush has question number 13. She has the budget question.
So, being a superintendent's different than being a principal, which you know because you're already assistant superintendent. You also have been researching Benton Harbor, Googling us, reading our press releases, and probably looking at the information about Benton Harbor on the state websites. So you know we're in debt. And we have had serious deficit problems for at least 8 years. We have an excellent CFO and some really strong staff. And yet, one of your big jobs as superintendent is going to be getting down to the bottom of the budget. So I liked one phrase that you used. I've never heard anybody use it before, but I thought it was good, where you talked about an intentional budgeting process.
Oh, Lord.
So, so everybody, that comes to talk to us, they want to talk about academics, and we need strong academics. We have a long way to go. All the things you talked about, recruiting teachers, et cetera. But the reality is, when the governor came to us in May and was gonna close the high school and eventually close the whole school district, there were two issues on the table. One is academics, the second is budget. So how are you going to help us?
Thank you for sharing that. And one thing I do know, going through 2 superintendent academies, is that you're more likely to get fired because of finance as opposed to academics. It is very important that whoever you guys would get at this superintendent's seat, that they have a very good, that they can really navigate that political landscape. And they have the they're savvy enough to find alternative resources to fund things for our young people. I'm not sure what your education foundation looks like, if there's a Benton Harbor Education Foundation, but how much funds are we raising on a regular basis? You know, can we hit the $1 million point? Can we really get people that really breathe and die at Benton Harbor to donate to that foundation, to use that to supplement some of the things that we must do as a district to operate? Also, being very intentional about the grants that are out there. A school district like Benton Harbor will qualify for multiple federal grants that have at-risk need. Being intentional about someone definitely looking at that, applying for those, and going after it hardcore. I know the Detroit Public School System, right now there are 2 school districts, Detroit Public School Community District, and there's a business district where there's the $2 billion debt, and the money that they're using to just go straight to that. That other side is finding out, where do we find the resources? Where's Betsy DeVos? Isn't she from Michigan? Where is she? Hey, billionaire. We need some support. Come look at this. When I walked down and saw that wall of fame, I'm like, they can't close this school. There's so much pride bleeding all over this place. Where are our business leaders, people that walk in? Y'all had Magic Johnson in here. You guys just had the actor here the other day. You have Miss Basketball, all these Joint Bell, all these major celebrities oozing out of Benton Harbor area. How do we build that, not in little spurts here and there? How do we get everyone to turn it on all at one time? So really good. This is 2020. Really have that vision for Benton Harbor Area School District and turn it on and find those alternative funding resources. And also see how are we marshaling resources with title funds that we receive? How are we using Title I? How are we using Title II? What are we doing with our Title IV funds? Also, is there going to be a bond issue in the next couple of years? Wayne Westland, last year we had an opportunity to pass a $158 million bond, and we're starting to upgrade our high schools right now as we speak. In fact, I led the secondary redesign team, took a group of administrators to San Diego, saw how the best schools were operating in San Diego, and put together a binder this thick of everything that we can do in this high school to make it world-class in the state of Michigan. I'm gonna tell you why the state of Michigan is so invested. The Department of Education have a 10 and 10 plan. They want to be a top 10 state in the next 10 years. That's the state's strategic plan. So how is Benton Harbor's plan aligned with the state plan? So we're on the same page, vertical alignment. One thing, if I'm chosen as a superintendent of Benton Harbor or any district, I'm going to do my part to be the next 10 and 10. I'm doing my part in Wayne Westland. We're going to do our part to make sure that we're helping the state meet its goal. So being very intentional, looking at all of the funding sources that we have, looking at our general fund, doing an academic return on investment. I don't want to get too long with it on this, but this is a really good point. We saw when we had interventionists in our district, the students that were receiving intervention were performing less than the general education student. We cut the intervention program. Waste of money. Waste of money. Political, people don't want to lose jobs. It's very scary. You don't want to lose jobs, but academic return on investment, is it about job or is kid first, adult convenience second? And I don't say that to be disparaging, but that's just what it is. You gotta put the kids first. Intentional about that general fund budget, academic return on investment. Look at every program that's going on and see, hey, we have to have a conversation with the board. We gotta get the community together because this right here is hurting us. How do we fix that?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Watson, question number 14.
Okay. What has been your experience in determining both short and long range district goals? And secondly, who should be involved in that planning?
My experience of short and long range goals is you have the long-term goal that SMART goals, obviously. By June 2020, we expect to have 15% increase in attendance. But what's the short wins? Every month, we need to see a 2% spike, or what type of positive intervention system is in place. When you look at a multi-tiered system of support, everyone's saying MTSS or multi-tiered system of support, but the reality is, how are you hitting each of those tiers with fidelity, using a tiered fidelity inventory to ensure that if there's a check-in, check-out, that is really and truly happening. You understand? So having those short-term goals to really hit the spot, make sure that it's truly, really happening, and that will ultimately build you up to the long-term goal. Now, remember, we talked about goals are living and breathing documents. Something, if I have a goal to lose 50 pounds and I eat a pizza today, I'm not gonna lose 50 pounds by tomorrow. It's living and breathing. Got to set that goal a little bit differently. So I'm being very intentional about the action steps that are put in place. One thing I told my principals, I said, hey, don't just do a school improvement plan and sit it on the shelf. Every time I come to your school, and I go to every last one of my schools on a bi-weekly basis, and I've visited over 100 classrooms last year, we're always talking on instruction, and we're always looking at that school improvement plan to see, hey, where are we at today? You said you have a goal of reducing your out-of-school suspensions by 10%. Where are you at right now? Oh, you're up 2%? How are we gonna get to 10? What's going on? Oh, okay. You find out what the specific issues are, and you support them through that process. Being very supportive, that's the way.
Question number 15, what experience have you had in working within a community of diverse elements such as socioeconomic and educational levels, culture, race, and ethnicity? Please explain in detail.
Yes, I'd like to, if I can, give an example when I was a high school principal. So now, the District of Columbia Public School is a majority African-American community. When I went to Southbridge, Massachusetts, although it was one of the lowest performing districts in the state, my student population was 50% Caucasian and 50% Hispanic. And 30% of my students spoke English as a second language. I mean, they were 100% fluent in Spanish. So one thing that I did as the principal of that school, going through a very intentional hiring process, I was able to hire the first Hispanic assistant principal in that school district. Now, I was the first African-American principal, so that was a big deal to hire the first Hispanic assistant principal. And I specifically put his skill set toward our English language learners, because what we did, we had young people who you could not communicate effectively with their teachers because everyone spoke English regularly. And I always had a relationship because, we all got the same culture, so to speak, when you come from Puerto Rico or the Dominican Republic. And we were able to focus on the WIDA test. You guys take the WIDA here in Michigan, I'm sure. WIDA is the world standard for language arts. If you have an ELL or a second language population here, they have to take that WIDA assessment. And we saw with that intentional focus, a major closing of the achievement gap between our Hispanic students and our Caucasian students. Additionally, a lot of our families who spoke English as a second language, they did not understand the FAFSA process. When it was time to apply for our young people to go off to college, we would have assemblies, but if you have a predominantly Spanish-speaking family there, they were not getting the information. I partnered with Quinsigamond Community College's Dr. Rodriguez, who held a second FAFSA meeting, and it was in Spanish only. Now, students that spoke English were able to attend, but it was predominantly in Spanish, and we were able to enroll record numbers of students into the community college in Southbridge.
Vice President Crowder, question number 16.
What would you do to positively impact student achievement? Please discuss in detail successful efforts to narrow or close identified achievement gaps in your current district.
One thing I would do is take a look at the budget and see where the support is at for professional development to enhance classroom management. One thing that I've done specifically as a principal and as an assistant superintendent was to focus on social and emotional learning. And with social and emotional learning, there are 5 core competencies. It's self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. We know that if we enhance every student's capacity in each 5 of those core competencies, they'll be more equipped to perform better academically in the classroom. What I like to say is that as climate and culture goes, so goes curriculum and instruction. You have to have a world-class learning environment set. You have to have a blank canvas to create a masterpiece. So starting at that climate and culture level, ensuring that all of the supports that you have are in place and being done with fidelity, you will organically see academic achievement occur. That it doesn't mean you take your eye off the instructional practices that are occurring, but you set the tone with climate and culture. I know you guys hired a phenomenal principal, high school principal, that's a turnaround principal. I'm sure he understands that philosophy, building that culture, understanding that the tone is set so the educators are there to actually teach. And also looking at what framework are teachers being evaluated on. And a good way to look at it is this. When I was a principal, I saw that, and even as an assistant superintendent, you say my kids are not college and career ready. Let's say 10% of our kids are college and career ready, but 50% of my population is on the honor roll. That's an issue of rigor. Are we saying that our assignments are not as rigorous enough? We're saying our kids are on honor roll, but the standardized assessments said they're not even college or career ready. So finding out what that is and putting a framework in place. In Wayne Westland, we use something called a HES cognitive rigor matrix. And that HES cognitive rigor matrix measures DOK, depth of knowledge levels, from 1 to 4, 4 being the highest. And on a regular, we track. We ensure that our administrators, when we observe classroom, are calibrated in what we see with regards to instruction. And we find out and say, hey, that class that we just observed, the depth of knowledge level was at a 1. We need to focus on our learning targets. Are the objectives that are written on the board relevant to our kids? That's what it is. Young people have to want to come to school, and you have to activate their schema. You have to know what's going on in the community. Right now, a famous rapper just passed away. That should be in someone's social studies class. Hey, what do you think about Juice WRLD? What do you think happened? He just passed. That's what all the kids are talking about. Connecting those lessons to some things that are happening in the real world is the game changer when it comes to achieving academic achievement.
So we have a time of 8:53. Your interview session ends at 9:11.
Okay.
We can ask one more question, or we can go on to you asking the board questions. It's up to you.
It's whatever is best for the board.
Well,
I don't have a preference.
okay. So how about we ask one more question and then we'll allow you to give your closing remarks. All right, so that question goes to Dr. Rush.
So please share with us what you think are your greatest strengths and also a weakness.
I believe my greatest strength is building relationships and trust and being an influencer. I think when I'm in the leadership capacity, people can feel the passion and people are more likely to buy in because it's probably aligned with their goals. I ensure that everything, I never do things in isolation. I don't do anything to be selfish. It's not about me. It's about the greatness of the organization. And given the opportunity to serve as your superintendent, it's not the Townsend show. It's Watson, Bradley, Rush, Taylor, Crowder, Seats, Buchanan. It's all of us collectively, me working at the pleasure of the board, ensuring that we're all on one accord and that I'm doing things at the pleasure of you guys. I think my biggest strength is being very sincere, very honest. I'm extremely ethical, managing multi-million-dollar budgets. I don't have any issues. Even when I do speaking engagements, it's for free. Because I don't get caught up in that. I'd rather get the information out there. I don't care about the money because information changes situations. You won't catch me on the side cutting a deal to do a convy. I might speak, but I'm gonna give it to you. I'm not gonna ask for anything in return. And you actually see that it's true, authentic leadership the way it should be. I think I really owe it to my mentors and my school of education, people that support me to be a steward of the vision that we have. And I want to be that model educator. I want to ensure that whatever Benton Harbor is going through right now, that won't be the case next year or the years to come. I believe that people will be able to see if they look at the data, whether it's academic achievement, discipline, finances, that things are now moving. If it's going like this, you're going to hit that. I want us to move in that right direction on the continuum. So my greatest strength, I think, would be to be the ultimate collaborator and the ultimate situational leader, because I can be direct if needed, but it's about the mission. What's the best way to get the mission done? The weakness, let me think. What is my weakness? I probably need to slow down. You know, I'm rapid. I'm trying to. I get very excited. You know, I get very anxious, and ensuring I'm not putting that on anybody. You know, working on that on myself, ensuring that my social and emotional state is up to par. I got to make sure at all time I'm self-aware. At all time I'm managing myself. At all time I understand my social surrounding. At all times I'm making the responsible decisions, and I'm have the relationship skills with all of the constituents and the leaders in the Benton Harbor area. I really want to have a great relationship with all the leaders in this area, whoever the head pastors are, whoever the head business leaders are, whoever the head community leaders, activists. I know you guys have a powerful mayor. Get us all on one accord and truly take it to a whole nother level. That's what we want.
That's right.
Those are my clothes.
I know who your boss is, Grace.
Pardon?
Your boss is Grace.
My daughter? Oh yeah, she is the boss. And I hope you take an opportunity to look at the literature. It is no words, it's mainly pictures. I just want you to see me in action. To kind of compare that with what you see on the resume. I truly love this work, and I truly want to know what is best for Benton Harbor. If I'm not what's best for Benton Harbor, don't choose me. Get what is best for Benton Harbor. I'm a huge fan of every last one of y'all. Real talk. Y'all, the way y'all went up to Lance, I'm like, man, y'all don't mess with Benton Harbor.
Real stuff.
Y'all on point. So I'm very inspired by the work that you guys are doing, and I truly hope the best for Benton Harbor.
Thank you so much. So that was your final statement.
Yeah, I'm
You still
done.
have time. Do you have a question?
I'll ask you, what are you looking for in a superintendent of Benton Harbor?
Yeah, it's my turn. Okay, fine, I guess I'm looking. What we're looking for in a superintendent is somebody that's transformative, visionary. You know, like I said before, we don't want anyone focusing on past problems because everything in education is changing rapidly. We're looking for someone that can get us, past 2020. Let's look at 2025, 2030, 2040, because everything is rapidly changing in education. So that's what, I would say somebody who's a visionary, they can work with, come in an environment, because I know there in this community, there are people that sometimes can be difficult to work with, but can work with people and still be visionary.
Any other board members?
No, he said a lot. I don't have any questions.
So I would say that, I'm kind of looking for a superintendent that goes beyond this 21st century. That talks about the big picture, the future, right? Technology, infrastructure. I'm looking for a superintendent that understands what BRIC means, Brazil, Russia, India, China, right? Those are our competitors. It's not Lakeshore, it's not St. Joe. It's the ones that are coming over and getting the jobs, right? And so how do we build the capacity to compete on a global level, not just a local level? That's nothing, right? So Mr. Bradley talked about a visionary, right? And a superintendent to create a great mission, a great vision, and just to exemplify leadership. And when you think about Secretary Rush, she talked about this budget because she's on that finance committee, and she understands we gotta manage the deficit, right? We gotta reduce, but at the same time, we have to increase the potential for every student, right? Even with reductions, just like you did at Wayne Weston. And that's it for me, because I think that's what we should be looking for.
Okay, Ben Harbor need a strong person. They need a superintendent that's gonna be able to get the job done and not listen to hearsay. You say you read about Mr. Watson, it was a city manager, so you did some research about Ben Harbor, you know what I'm saying? We need somebody gonna come in here and educate our kids. They definitely need it. Somebody gonna get the job done, not show favoritism. Somebody run up to you and do this and do that. But so far what I've heard, it's gonna be hard for me to determine the vote some kind of way, but I think I made my mind up already. But Ben Howard need love, understanding. And when you said that you got the minister's line and you have commissioners, and for the last 2 summers, our kids haven't had a summer job. Now that's bad. See what I'm saying? So you got to think beyond that. You need to help the kids. You got to do that. What is his last name? Towns. I was in Bennett Blossom Parade for 18 years. Last year, I didn't get in there because I asked a college person for practice. He said, you got to see there. I don't like trouble. So I just didn't go to nobody else. But to get in, to have practice. But we got to learn that if Mr. Watson can sing and I can't, I should praise him, not get mad at him. You know what I'm saying? So we got to stick together. And this board that I've been on there twice, this board here they're okay. 100%. Now, say for instance, you get to be superintendent. You have several board members, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You only don't have 2 bosses. That's me and Grace. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Do I know who Grace is?
That's gotta be the daughter of the.
That's your daughter.
I had another question.
Yes, sir.
I was looking at your stuff here. You're a millennial, correct?
What's a millennial?
Millennial born between.
Oh, yeah. I was born in 1984.
Okay, so you have a lot of vision there.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay. Same age group.
So when you talk about the technology stuff, and talk about competing on a global level, one thing you may see on my resume as an assistant superintendent, my school was an IB school, International Baccalaureate. And that means we had every year over 25 students graduating with a global diploma. And they were going to University of Manchester, universities across the globe. And that's also part of our mission, just to prepare global leaders. So I have extensive knowledge on the International Baccalaureate degree programs and the middle year program, bringing that IB program down to the middle school level and maybe even in the early years. I'm not sure what the honors program looked like in Benton Harbor, but an IB program is a game changer. Part of the secondary redesign I did in Wayne Westland, I'm trying to make one of my high schools an IB school because we don't have a lot of IB schools in that region, and maybe we can attract those parents on the academic side to get that International Baccalaureate diploma. So I do have experience on that global level.
You sure you're finished? You still have time. I'm not gonna take your time away.
one last thing I can ask, if someone could share, what do you think your top 3 priorities are for the superintendent that comes in Hartford? What are the top 3 things you want them to tackle?
So, I completely believe in aiming high. I, 3 of us, spend a lot of time here with our students who are having discipline problems. And I see tremendous potential in these students. I also see tremendous heartache. 10% of our students are homeless. So when we're talking about competing with China, I'm all for it, completely 100%. But we have to meet these children where they are, and we have to meet their parents where they are. The stories we hear are heartbreaking. So I believe that what we need first is we need somebody, and we do have a fantastic interim superintendent. But whoever is chosen as the permanent superintendent needs to be ethical, be hardworking, and really look at the foundation we have and rebuild the foundation. Because what I see is that people want us to aim high, but we don't have the foundation. This school district was devastated in many different ways, which if you're selected, you'll find out about. But selective positions were eliminated that devastated both the curriculum and the operations of the district. And unless that is rebuilt, this district will not succeed. So I'm looking for somebody who's smart, you obviously are, hardworking, and who's willing to pitch in and stabilize this district. Because with stability, yes, we will attract good teachers, we'll bring parents and students back, but there's a lot of hard work to be done. And I don't think we should minimize that. And we should minimize the need of our children and the families in the district. So I think all your work in terms of social emotional learning, a culture and climate is perfect. But we need to make that happen here.
Anyone else want to answer that question? Mr. Townsend opposed to the district? Okay.
One more?
No.
Yeah, I would think that, I think you asked for the 3 things.
Yeah, what are your top 3 priorities that you ask of your superintendent?
I think, you mentioned a loss of 300 students per academic year at Wayne Westland, and we're averaging around 200. So we're in that same boat. So I think one of the things is, how do we stop the bleeding? Because if we can't stop the bleeding, we're going to still continue to be in deficit, because remember, our customer is the student. Without the student, Ben Harbor area schools or any other school does not exist, right? We can hire all the teachers we want, but the more students we lose, we have to lay the teachers off. So number 1, stop the bleeding. Number 2, we got to come up with a curriculum that suits the students in this district, right? This is socioeconomic district. We have some issues with single parent homes, with parents not attending parent-teachers conferences, right? Students acting out in the class. So they're coming to the class with issues, right? So we have to manage that. And thirdly, we have financial issues. You mentioned, do we have a foundation? Our foundation already has $1 million in it. They started it, but we were lucky to have Whirlpool and our Barian Foundation, all those monies combined with our, the ex-graduates to create a great foundation called the Ben Harbor Educational Foundation, but it has $1 million. So we got lucky, because most schools don't get that right away. And so that is helping with those internal funding sources, right? So even if we have to go outside to other sources, we just need to be savvy. Like, we already lowered the superintendent pay down on purpose. We have to, Because if you think about it, Ben Harbor was number 45 in the entire state with superintendent pay out of 536 districts. That doesn't make any sense. When St. Joseph Public Schools across the bridge is ranked number 12 in the state, and they only pay 140. So we gotta be good stewards of our economy, right, and of our district to make sure that we do win. Because at the end of the day, we can create some great attributes for our superintendent, whoever we hire, right? We can up the ante, but we need to be good stewards of our funding. So that's my three, right? To make sure that we do all three. And I think we can keep this district afloat. All right? It's 9:10. And we just want to make sure that you get your opportunity to shine. And if that's all, then we'll release you. And Ben Harbor Area Schools Board of Education wants to thank you for taking the time to be a part of our 4 candidates for superintendency. And also make sure that you reach out to central administration for your mileage and things like that as well. All right? Thank you so
Thank you. I
much.
worked a full day. I gotta go 2.5 hours back the other way.
Yes.
And I might pull over on the side of the road.
Yeah, 'cause
No,
it's-
Be safe.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if we could take a 4 or 5 minute break. I have to call Mike on the phone from Brady Associates.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay? And now we have to get it down to 2 for next week. And so what we'll do, Mike says we can use whatever platform we wanted to. And I know I mentioned to Dr. Rush at the break, we could do it like we did board member appointments, where board members make a motion or nomination, right, for a candidate.
That's like they talked about for a while. And then eventually, you know what I mean? So every board member can have a chance to discuss. It's your choice how you do it, or we can use the name.
Well, no, what we do is we do that, right, because then once they do that, then we'll have questions, comments, concerns, right? And so they can discuss it, and then we'll call the roll to either accept that candidate or remove them. All right? Okay, so how do you guys want to start this? Board member?
I propose nominate whatever, Patricia Robinson, for, permanent superintendent.
Before we do that, can you nominate two if you'd like to do two?
Well, everyone's gonna nominate, and we're gonna go by the roll call as far as who gets the most votes.
Oh, so you're only each gonna do one? Okay, I'm just trying.
Well, we could do as many as we want, but one at a time.
Right, I mean, you can nominate two or whatever, but we still have to call a voice vote, right?
Eventually, you know, first you can just bring nominations forward and then vote on it. It's your choice.
Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so we have a vote from Secretary Russ for a nomination for Patricia Robinson. Do we have another nomination? Yes, sir.
Andre Town.
Okay, so we have a nomination for Andre Townsend.
Second.
And so I'm gonna give a nomination as well for Mr. Robinson. Any other nominations? All right, so I'm gonna do it in order.
One second, so who was the nomination? There was a nomination for Patricia. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, and who was the nomination for Andre?
That was Lou Buchanan.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep, I got a tally sheet, that's right.
Yep,
Okay, and you were for Michael Robbins, okay.
right.
So are there no others?
No.
Okay, so you're down to three. Keep going, please.
Yes, sir. So we'll call the vote for the first candidate, Patricia Robinson.
Do you want to discuss them?
Well, we can discuss them. So we can start with Patricia Robinson. We'll start to discuss. I'm just going in the order of the support.
Okay, well, obviously Patricia Robinson has served admirably for the district in many different capacities, including the past 6 months, where she has been an extraordinary acting superintendent. And I feel she has all the qualifications and has really earned this position. I feel that even though some of the other candidates tonight were compelling, we know Mrs. Robinson inside and out. We've seen what she can do. She has an excellent relationship with both Superintendent Rice as well as the Treasury. And I think that she would be the best, so.
All right, so any other comments for Patricia Robinson?
Yeah, she also has excellent, all the teachers know her, all the teachers love her, the staff, she knows the community. She's here for the long term, she's not going anywhere, we don't have to worry about next year, her moving out, or trying, using this as a stepping stone for another job that she has her eye on. This is the job she chose, and she's been here all these years. And I don't see her acting as a interim superintendent. I see her being a superintendent.
All right,
I think we need to continue to develop who we have. Ms. Robinson has been here for years. How many years? 22 plus. A lot of places where you go, you know, corporations, companies don't always utilize what they have. And if we just continue to develop and help people develop and find their strengths and help them with their weaknesses to make this a better situation. So I think that Patricia Robinson is qualified as a superintendent. She has been here, she has led the fight, these children know her, these parents know her, faculty, everybody knows Trish and what she's here for and why she's here. I think we just need to continue to help her develop where she, you know, ultimately needs to be.
any other comments before we call the roll? What's that, sir? You're trying to guide us, but you said we can do it whatever way we want it, so. Yes, sir.
If anybody wants to talk about any more about Patricia, and then when you go to Andre, they get airtime, and then when you go to Michael Robinson, they get airtime, and then, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we do that before the vote, so everyone's gonna get airtime, right? We can go through it like that with that process, but it'll still be the same, so we'll do that.
What we did the last time.
Okay, so right now we have Andre Townsend. Any comments for Mr. Townsend?
I thought he was great. I thought he's inspirational. He has a lot of experience. I think he should be the second candidate.
I thought he was a very strong candidate. I already wrote down wow at one point. Another point I put strong candidate. Because I like what I heard. And he can excite people and he gets you excited about him. He's not just verbiage. He's speaking from what he knows and from experience. And he has a lot of experience with collaborating with boards, business communities. So he's an excellent candidate. I'd like to see him as the second.
Yeah, he brought some excitement to the job, and I mean, up there looking at the things of that, like you said, you know, community partnerships and that nature.
I thought he was, Thompson was great, and he brought proof of what he said what he's doing, but in his book, he showed the proof that what he's accomplished. And the things he set forth, and he had proof of it. He was real strong, like you say, man, excitement. And I think then I would need somebody gonna be strong and not weak.
I would say I liked Mr. Townsend as well. Proof's in the pudding. I mean, this guy, you talk about data-driven, you know, we can talk from the heart, that's great, but this school needs to be turned around, and this is one of the candidates, I believe, that can do that based on his evidence, right? And as he said, the proof is in the data, right? So I support Mr. Townsend as well. Anyone else that would like to speak on behalf of Mr. Townsend? All right, so now to Mr. Robinson. All right, so I'll speak on, I'm sorry, go ahead. I would say that if we look at his resume, his credentials, it's just as mind-blowing to me as Mr. Robinson. I think change, you know, in order for us to survive, we have to have strong leadership. And our leadership has to have all of the attributes that everyone around this table wants. But at the end of the day, Our job is to save a district. Our job is to change a district. And so we got to do that with the best candidate and the most qualified. And so I would say that he's also a second candidate for the final round for me as well. Yes, ma'am.
So I feel like Mr. Robinson, or Mr. Robinson had a lot of fine experience. I feel like he was also at a disadvantage because he came late and he was obviously nervous. And at the end of the interview, he kind of calmed down. But one of the things that I noticed, and I went through and counted, is that he was asked 18 questions, same as everybody else pretty much. And in 5 of the 18 questions, he didn't even respond to the question. What he did was just talk about something else. And so my concern, and at the beginning, like I say, the first couple minutes, he was nervous because he was late and all that stuff. But I think that he said, I keep talking, you need to tell me to stop, right? He said that and halfway through his interview. I don't think he is as strong as the other two. I mean, I think, he has a lot of experience, but my concern is he has a lot of ideas and maybe it's not gonna be a good listener and not really pay attention to Benton Harbor.
I think he's a good person, a strong person, but is he a good fit for this district? That would be my question.
Anyone else? You guys are quiet down at the end.
I was just gonna say he was very strong candidate, very innovative, a lot of ideas. I like how he used the word over and over again, collaboration, and teamwork, and his stance on being visible in the district and communicating well. What Dr. Rush was saying, I do agree, sometimes they can, start going, talking a little bit more, but that's, that's something to work on. Tell them, hey, this.
Anyone else that says you want this quiet? I mean, this is how we deliberate to find the best candidate.
Well, I think Robinson was okay as well as far as the candidate is concerned. Yeah, I had the issue with the late thing. That was kind of a pet peeve for me, But I understand, time differences and an hour or whatever. But I really am not supporting him as a candidate.
All right, so we went, any other questions, comments, concerns before we get ready to call the roll? All right, so we'll start with our first nomination, Mrs. Robinson.
And how are you gonna do this?
We're just gonna do a roll call like we,
On everybody?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, for Patricia Robinson as superintendent, President Taylor,
no.
Ms. Crowder,
Yes.
Ms. Rush, yes, Ms. Watley Seats,
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Mr. Bradley,
No.
Mr. Watson.
No.
4 yes, 3 no.
Okay, so, would you do me a favor? I'm sorry. I don't know if these folks can do this by first name, because it's just our.
Yeah, that's Patricia Robinson.
Yeah, I got that. The 7 board.
Okay, here.
Just 1 second.
Joe Taylor, no. Michelle Crowder, yes. Pat Rush, yes. Denise Watley Seats, yes. Lou Buchanan, yes. Matthew Bradley, no. Darwin Watson, no.
Okay. Patricia has 4 yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. And if you don't mind, can you just do the full name?
Full name of who? The candidate or the person voting? Okay. Okay,
Oh, okay,
well, I'm writing them down as the secretary. You can have a copy of that too.
right.
That would be the best.
Okay.
All right, next up is Mr. Townsend. Madam
Okay,
Secretary?
wait a second, what's his
Yes, ma'am.
name?
Andre.
Andre Townsend. Okay, Joseph Taylor,
Yes.
Michelle Crowder,
Yes.
Patricia Rush, yes, Denise Watley Seeds,
Yes.
Lou Buchanan,
Yes.
Matthew Bradley,
Yes.
Darwin Watson.
Yes.
Okay, 7 yeses, no nos, 0 nos.
All right, so,
Wait a second.
I'm sorry.
What's the next guy's name? Michael Robinson. Okay, President Taylor,
Yes.
Michelle Crowder,
No.
Patricia Rush, no. Denise Watley Seats,
No.
Lou Buchanan,
No.
Matthew Bradley,
Yes.
Darwin Watson.
Yes.
Okay, 3 yeses, 4 nos. So the finalists are Patricia Robinson and Andre Townsend. Did you get it?
I got it all.
Okay.
And then I-
So I'll have, they can fax this to them.
Yeah, we can fax the, roll call sheet to you tomorrow. Okay, so we'll do that for you.
I want to just, very sorry. I want to congratulate you here. The process, there's a lot of passion for you guys, a lot of responsibility, but you also follow passion, process in a very legitimate way. Your community should be pleased. That's all I can say. I think that needs to be stated, and I thank you for your excellent work.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. All right, so it's a long night and we're gonna get ready to make a motion to close this meeting. May I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Watson. May I have support? Mrs. Crowley.
That's
Clerk call the
They
roll.
said that side.
That's bad. Everybody that's
Right, yeah.
President Taylor.
Yes.
Ms. Crowder,
Of course.
Ms. Rush, yes, Ms. Watley Seeds.
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Mr. Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Watson.
Yes.
We are adjourned.
Okay, I think we need to leave all of our candidate sheets.
Okay.
Oh.
And so, yeah, but we're gonna have to get it, yeah, everything.
So, okay.
Can we take them?
Can we have
Everybody?
You can have